This was the 10th anniversary of the Electronic Entertainment Expo, and it was certainly an exciting year for the show.
I thought it was pretty exciting because we had the release of 2 new handheld platforms.
They kind of had it covered. You had a lot of good games, plus you had the new hardware in there saying, hey, I'm over here, we're coming soon.
And all the regular consoles are mature now, so we're seeing games at pretty much the highest potential of all those platforms.
So you had the stuff for this Christmas, you had the stuff for the years in the future. It really kind of tied it all together in a really nice way to kind of make what would normally be a transition year as the platforms get older and older into a much more exciting show.
I think it really showed that the game industry is maturing and just getting a lot more serious about just delivering high-quality games that can really grab you right from the get-go.
It's like it's just a tidal wave, and it's like trying to pick out the ones that are really good is almost impossible. There were a few though that definitely stood out to me.
Our Best Technology Award goes to the Sony PSP, which is Sony's upcoming handheld.
It's all bananas.
It just has all this cool stuff. It's got MP3 playbacks, it does movies. The games, I don't believe that the games will look as good as they look in the the videos that they show, but the games look really good. It's got the Wi-Fi stuff, so it's gonna have this internet connectivity. It's got USB 2.0 memory stick. They just like jam it with all this technology. And it's just impressive. Just for someone who loves gadgets, you look at that and that is the ultimate gadget.
Whatever, that's great. That's all I want out of a portable gaming system really, is more bad boys too.
The PSP just seems really impressive. There's just a lot of really cool features and a lot of cool games for it.
Sony's already announced a ton of great sounding games for the system, so we just absolutely can't wait to get our hands on them.
When the Legend of Zelda trailer came on at the end of the Nintendo press conference, we were all really taken by surprise because a lot of people expected Wind Waker 2, we were going to get the cell shading again.
Horsies. That's what the kids are all up in a tizzy over with that Zelda trailer.
People at the Nintendo press conference were crying when the trailer came on, I'll just put it that way.
I think what was really surprising about the Zelda trailer was just that we weren't really expecting to see a mature Zelda.
Zelda. I'm just gonna say what probably other people have said, in that I liked Wind Waker. I thought that was a great visual style.
I felt like Nintendo kind of backpedaled with the new Legend of Zelda game by going back to the old look of the main character Link, as opposed to sticking with the really inspired art style of last year's The Wind Waker. I sort of miss the Wind Waker's look already.
That trailer was presented so well and just cut together so nicely, and the use of music was great. It was that, I have to admit, when you see him coming up over the horizon, and then the camera pans along the side and you just see like dude on a horse, and the music starts swelling and it spins around and you see it's him, and that's kind of cool. But then actually the trailer actually kicks in and he's like whipping dudes' asses and he's like knocking guys off of horses. I got chills, I have to admit it, I got chills.
Did anyone really think that San Andreas was going to be at E3? I mean, did anyone dilute themselves that much to where they thought that Rockstar would actually show that on the show floor?
Obviously, any Grand Theft Auto game is going to get a lot of attention, and a lot of people are going to be really eager to see it.
Yet, deep down, I really wanted it to be, because that game looks awesome.
Being able to basically play Boys in the Hood or Menace to Society, I think that's a really cool premise.
I don't think any of us went in there going, can't wait to play San Andreas, but it still hurts a little bit in here when it's not there, especially seeing the screenshots of that game. I'm a big fan of Menace to Society. I'm a big fan of Boys in the Hood, and I'm gonna make the call right now. The theme song for that game, Ice Cube, How to Survive in South Central. You heard it here first. They're gonna do it. I can feel it in here that's gonna be the theme song. You'll hear it in the commercial, you hear it everywhere. That's gonna be the song. The people at Midway working on Mortal Kombat are out of their damn minds. No fighting game should be as big as Mortal Kombat Deception's looking like right now.
You know what, Deception isn't so much a fighting game, it's like some kind of crazy violent variety show. I mean, you've got your chess, you've got your puzzle game, you've got your adventuring, like where's the fighting game buried in all that?
But no, they're gonna add this puzzle fighter-like game, they're gonna add this Archon-like game, all with Mortal Kombat characters, all fighting, all of it's online.
We've got a bunch of old school Mortal Kombat fans here, so we are just absolutely overjoyed that this sequel is coming out and it's going to have online play, because arcades are totally dead, but we still want to play and beat up other people, especially really late at night.
Those guys must be like mainlining caffeine or something to get that game out by October. It's huge.
All right, so yeah, here's my interpretation of Jungle Beat. It's a platformer with drums. What?
It's not a controller. You're not like analog control. You're sitting there smacking this one to run to the right.
So weird.
You're smacking this one, run to the left.
It's the kind of weird that Nintendo really needs to get back into in a serious way.
And you're just going, "Ah!" That game's gonna be awesome.
Dang kids. Watch it. You'll scare my dunks.
So our choice for best massively multiplayer game of E3 2004 was EverQuest 2. I think what was really impressive about it was not just its great graphics and that full voiceover sound, but also a lot of little details that really help make the game seem not just like a game, but actually a living, breathing world.
I'm not jealous of the people working on EverQuest 2 because they have to make a sequel to one of the most successful online role-playing games of all time. They have a huge task ahead of them, but EverQuest 2 actually looks like it's shaping up really, really well. It's definitely a cut above pretty much all the other online RPGs that were on display at E3, and that's why it was the easy choice for our award for Best Online RPG of the show.
Silent Hunter 3 looks really cool because the graphics are really good, and also because they're really showing a lot of detail and modeling basically the interior of a real-life submarine.
It just simply looks beautiful. It's the best looking naval game I've ever seen.
Yeah, war simulations are a genre that's been kind of dying off in the last few years, so it was exciting to see Silent Hunter 3.
You can actually do things you could never really do in other submarine games, like walk around the bridge and climb up to the deck.
On the one hand, it's got enough depth to appeal to the old school war gamers who want a real hardcore submarine simulation, but it's got enough visual flair to really appeal to casual people who just want to shoot torpedoes and blow stuff up.
So the game that won our adventure game of E3 2004 was Dreamfall from Funcom. These are the creators of The Longest Journey, which was one of the best adventure games since Grim Fandango. The thing about Dreamfall is that it not only looks really beautiful, but it also looks really promising as far as gameplay goes. There are a lot of new features, like the focus field, which will attempt to kind of split the difference between a video game controller and a mouse and keyboard. The game looks really promising, and we hope to see more of it.
Yuji Saito's Odama purports that samurai warfare can be seen as a metaphor for pinball, or the other way around. It's actually one of the most surprising games of E3, and it was actually a lot of fun. It's this pinball game, but you've got these samurai battles being fought right on the battlefield. It was really mind-boggling, but just really cool at the same time.
Because Lord knows I'm trying to shuffle through all these Odamas, like, there's this Odama, there's that, oh, Yuji Saito's, that's the one I want.
It was a really tough category this year. There were a lot of really big games, but I'm pleased to announce that our best military pinball game for E3 2004 is Yuji Saito's Odama.
There are plenty of games that are just crazy, but that game has the potential to also be really good. Like the gameplay mechanics, the concepts that are underneath it, the underlying ideas are good. They're potentially really impressive and really excellent. So no question that that was the most impressive puzzle game at the show.
Mario is a paper airplane. How can you go wrong?
The first Paper Mario was just running on the N64 hardware, and even then, you know, they made good use of the hardware and they made it look good. And so I expect even better, more intricate stuff from Paper Mario 2.
Most role-playing games just look so cut and dried next to Paper Mario 2. It's this really kind of whimsical and clever and really fun game, and even though we liked seeing so many kind of violent and crazy games at E3 this year, it was really nice to see a kind of a family-friendly but a very kind of Pixar-esque, fun for all ages game like Paper Mario 2 at the show.
When I think of the pageantry and the tradition behind professional football, I think deep down we all think of Steve-O and David Arquette and Carmen Electra. These are the names we think of when we think of the Hall of Fame of football. there's a lot of tradition, and the fact that they were able to get these obviously highly touted players to be in their new football game is really an accomplishment. Okay, yeah, so that whole celebrity thing is just total junk, but whatever, that's not the point. The point is ESPN NFL Football is a totally dope game this year.
What was really impressive about The Sims 2 is that we've heard a lot of promises about how The Sims 2 is going to deliver all this cool stuff. When we saw it at E3 2004, it really started coming together, really started looking like a really promising game.
The game just looks phenomenal. The new 3D engine does a whole, I mean, it doesn't just look better, it allows a whole lot of other things that you could never do before in terms of just interaction and the immersiveness, the attachment you'll have with these characters. It's a whole new game, and it looks incredible.
The Sims 2 is going to be the sequel to the best-selling computer game of all time, so it's got some pretty big shoes to fill. The original game was really risky and really innovative, and it looks like the sequel is shaping up to be much the same way. It's definitely making a lot of interesting departures from the first one.
You know what, I don't even like racing games, and I love Burnout 3. You pick it up, you run into a bunch of other cars, it's awesome.
As it stands, Burnout 3 is a really amazing game with a lot of really amazing crash physics that moves at a really blinding speed, and it's hot.
There was probably no other game at E3 that was nearly as fast and as intense as Burnout 3 was.
It appeals to that whole subversive side that makes everyone love Grand Theft Auto so much. It's just wrecking stuff. It's just mayhem and chaos. It's going to have Xbox Live support, you know, one of the first EA games to do that, and it's a game that deserves it, because crashing into other cars by yourself is great, but doing it with your friends, that's really where you create the bonds that last.
Zelda the Minish Cap was our GBA game of the show, basically because it's the kind of Zelda game that you used to play like on the SNES and the NES way back in the day. It's 2D overhead, but it's original. They're using the same art style as the Wind Waker. So you've got like the cartoony looking Link, but everything's 2D. And the hat that he has actually lets him shrink down to be a little pint-sized Link. So you can actually go inside like logs and ride around on leaves, floating down the stream, stuff like that.
I'm really stoked that they're taking away the lame gameplay.
Resident Evil 4 has got a lot more shooting, a lot less driving your character around like a tank.
I'm glad that they're turning Resident Evil into a game that people will be able to play and not just nerds.
Aside from the fact that Resident Evil 4 just looks really good, the new gameplay elements look pretty promising too.
Killing zombies is so like 2 years ago, so why don't you kill crazy humans?
God of War is one of those games where you have to see it in action to truly appreciate it, and just to see the really visceral combat and see this incredible combat system right in your face.
You're this Spartan warrior guy, you gotta go kill the God of War Ares, and to do that, you gotta kill a whole lot of people and a whole lot of creatures. That's cool.
But I saw it in motion at the show, and it looks and moves really well.
God of War was a big surprise. That game has got some gnarly Greek violent action. Like you're pulling the wings off of harpies, you're stabbing minotaurs in the face. You know, it's good stuff.
So we picked MechAssault 2 as our best Xbox game and best shooter game, which came as a surprise to a lot of people who were expecting to see Halo 2.
Halo 2, of course, looked great at E3. They let us play one, kind of capture the flag map for a little while, and that was fun, as capture the flag shooters tend to be. But MechAssault 2 was the Xbox game that impressed us the most at the show. We got to fight against these huge towering mechs, which you can now get out of, and you can jack other players for their mechs, and
Mech Jack!
And the scale of the battle, the carnage that's happening on the battlefield, it really outclassed pretty much every other shooter at the show.
No! I hate stealth games. I hate them. And Splinter Cell 3 looks totally rad.
Splinter Cell 3 was, I think, one of the most surprising games of the show just because it looked so good.
Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell 3 was not only one of the biggest surprises at E3, it was also the single best PC game of the show, as well as the best game overall, according to us.
I was having a hard time trying to figure out a game of the show. And then I saw Splinter Cell 3, and at that point I knew what it was.
This game really blew us away. We knew that we should expect something pretty good from it, since the previous Splinter Cell games have been definitely solid.
You know, the whole point of the game up until now has kind of just been hiding and dragging the bodies out of view. Now he's going to get real, and he's going to cut fools.
This one is adding an element of just sheer ruthlessness to the series that it's never had before. It just seems like this time when you're playing as Sam Fisher, you're going to be a complete, utter badass.
Totally raw.
Completely badass.
Sam Fisher's getting raw.
He's stabbing people,
Twisting fools' necks off.
he's shooting people,
Stabbing people,
He's holding people at knife point.
dropping them off of cliffs.
he's doing everything he should have been doing in the first 2 games, and it looks incredible.
The game featured probably the most impressive graphics of any game at the show, and it's also coming out this year, which is absolutely great news.
And probably what's most impressive about Splinter Cell 3 is the fact that, unlike a lot of other games, which we've heard a lot about and are not coming out until 2005, Splinter Cell 3 is actually coming out this year.
You know, you heard people probably call it the Super Bowl World Series, you know, slammed together for video games, and it's true. I mean, it's really, it's more of a, it's less of a show now for me. It's more of a, it's probably the hardest thing I do here at GameSpot, and every year I look forward to it and dread it at the same time.
It's going to be big. It's going to be a really big show this year. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff, you know, there's all this handheld stuff. You know, it's like, is Microsoft going to announce their next system? Probably not, but it's possible. A bunch of big sequels. It'll be a pretty big show. You know, we get down there on Saturday, and then work pretty much starts immediately, but the show doesn't actually start till Wednesday. So you're basically kind of just running on guts, I guess, the whole time, and Red Bull, which doubles for guts.
Do you have it?
Last year, I pretty much felt like the floor of a taxi cab by the end of the show. I feel as though I will feel much the same this year, but at least I'll be happy with what I did. So that's all that matters. As long as all the content gets up on the site and nothing catches fire, I'm happy.
I'm actually going to set some things on fire.
Well, I mean, nothing important.
Important things.
Oh.
Like the Staples Center.
Oh, okay.
tradition, by the way, dates back forever ago.
Really?
Not this particular Del Taco, but Del Taco in general. Me and Jeff, when we used to go stay at this beach house in Venice Beach, with Glenn Rubenstein, one of the guys who used to work here. We used to go. There was a Del Taco, and we would go over there, and it was awesome. That was a great deal.
It's the Del Taco experience is okay. I like a lot of choices when it comes to how I live my life, options. And Del Taco's menu is all about options. So you can get a burrito, you can get a quesadilla, you get kind of the whole standard Taco Bell menu. But then they also have this whole kind of shoddily put together hamburger menu too. So you can get not so good French fries and kind of a dry hamburger, but it's there for you. And then they have all kinds of other wild, crazy stuff like dulce de leche shakes and all kinds of other buck wild stuff that you don't find other places.
We're just very focused on covering this show because it's very, very important. We think even to those people who don't really know what E3 is, I mean, we have a pretty broad audience. People, come to the site once every couple of months or something. They don't really know what E3, much less, they don't really know what E3 is, much less, what it stands for. But when they come to the site during this period, they're going to see a ridiculous ton of new stuff about a lot of games that they're either excited about already or are going to be excited about after looking at our coverage. So for us, it's a time to do what we do best, and that's report on games quickly and thoroughly, basically try to cover the show like a blanket.
Hey, you know what? The location was a genius move. We pulled off an incredible one. Staging, the trust, the way everything's going to be laid out. Yeah, if this thing had an engine, it would totally take off.
Hey, Trav.
Yeah.
What's that in your hand?
Camera.
What you gonna do with it?
Put it on the dome up there.
That is sweet, dude. That's awesome. That's sweet, dude. Thank you so much. That's badass.
There is no preparedness at E3. You just do it. It arrives and you jump in. All hell breaks loose.
Thing is, you can prepare all you want, but I mean, there's always going to be random crap you didn't account for.
That's the thing. You just have to wing it. So that's cool.
Prepare. Everything explodes. You just go from there. That's pretty much the long and the short of it.
Yeah. E3 is definitely a seat of the pants operation.
Did you say a stupid pants
It's
operation?
A seat of the pants.
Oh.
Like do the thing.
And so tomorrow morning is the big show, though. Tomorrow morning is all about the press conferences. And, we'll see how that goes. That's going to be... tomorrow, in all honesty, in a lot of ways, is the biggest day for me personally, I think. Not really, but I say that now because tomorrow comes before the other days.
Where you at? Turn around, walk back to Highland. We're sitting at the corner of Hollywood and Highland. We'll pick you up. We're heading to the booth.
He's right there. I see him.
I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you. Run over here, get the car. Yo. Let's read.
Lure it! Whew!
So you have DS tape?
I have DS tape. I have asset disc.
Okay, I've got the asset disc with the B-roll DVD. Is that what you have? This.
I have everything that you are showing. Yes.
Okay. Where'd the tape go?
Well, I have my own tape.
Basically what I'm doing is Alex just ran in here with a press disc from Square Enix. And I'm making sure we get all the information, like all the new games and stuff are all entered in the system, so we're ready to go as soon as the embargo is lifted.
Essentially, the press embargoes are the way in which game publishers get the press to help them break their big announcements. And it's something that we, for the most part, are more than happy to do because we want early and ideally exclusive access to announcements on new games. But in exchange for that, publishers aren't going to let us just run that content as soon as we hear about it. So they make us sign non-disclosure agreements, and then they hold us to specific dates. Usually on the first day of the show is when we can unveil these sorts of announcements.
So basically it kind of runs like a well-oiled machine in that I get the data entered, they enter the screenshots, and GameSpot Live enters all the movies, and then at the exact moment we can enter them, they're up and ready for people to download them.
And now I'm gonna give this a try. Oh yeah. This is already a bad idea. Alright. There's tomatoes in this. Okay.
I'm sorry. You know what? I like sports more than anything. Pretty much everybody in this car. I don't get the whole excitement of going to a basketball game. It's like, look at all these people. They dress up and everything. What's that all about?
Yo, I got it. Who need electric shirts today? I got the COVID shot. Don't hate on the hey. Hey, Echo, I got your watch right here. The Laker watch. Who need a Laker watch?
What about the folder?
It's kind of bunk sometimes. Crawling around on my knees, hooking up nice video cables. It's kind of rough though, working like 24/7 basically for not only the week that we're down here, but also like the week leading up to it. Because, you know, to get everything ready. But, you know, small sacrifice to pay really to be in the game industry. I mean, look at what we're doing. It's like, oh, worst it gets is something. I guess it did, crawling around on my knees, plugging video cables in. It's not like I'm digging ditches or working at a coal mine.
What do you think of the parties?
When I was younger, they used to seem like really big and cool and exciting. It seemed like you're living like the fast, cool, lifestyle, bright lights, big city and all that kind of thing. But now it's just like, and I think it is because I see, this whole week and everything surrounding it as pretty much just a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week job, So it's like, that makes it a little easier to kind of think of it in terms like that, because then it's just like, while other people get to go having fun, my job is to go and get footage like we did. Mortal Kombat, we're going to have the first direct feed of that game, more of it than anybody, PS2 and Xbox. So, I think the parties are kind of cool. I just like them because they give us an opportunity to do stuff like that. And it's neat, it's neat to see the setups they do, like that big cool Mortal Kombat Dragon, logo on the wall. That was pretty. And we're f***ing hella lost. It's like, I don't know how the fuck we ended up over here, but we are lost. So we're gonna turn around.
The other part that seems to have proven to be a big challenge this year is just keeping our site up and running well amidst the influx of traffic that this show naturally brings. Our site gets hit really hard. About twice as many people come to visit GameSpot during E3 as on the average day. And sure enough, once again this year, despite the best of our preparations, the site just ran really slow, and certain technical procedures under the hood didn't happen smoothly. So that's certainly very frustrating for a user of ours who's just trying to get to this new preview of the game he's super excited about.
So now that they're starting to turn on the lights and everything, it's starting to become a little bit more real. Get the music going. Not just a bunch of crates sitting around anymore. Now it's actually looking and sounding more like E3 does. And then it's like Wednesday morning though, when they flip that switch, all the music comes up and all the lights come on and all the games start showing. It's just like a cacophony of just madness. Let's tell you about God of War. God of War is a wicked sick game that allows you to kill people in the face.
God of Thunder, baby.
God of Thunder. I could kill people in the face.
I'm gonna shut down the car, is that cool?
creeping up on me like that. So that was the Sega conference, and it was about 5 minutes long, and there was they call it the Sega Tongue, but unfortunately the bomb's already been dropped. We knew it was the Matrix Online, and they showed off some pretty cool fight demos and stuff, and some pretty cool moves and stuff. But all in all, it was kind of a non-event, unfortunately, because everyone was thought there'd be some crazy conferences, but still, Matrix Online, the demo starts June 1st, so we'll see more then. This is what you do after you go to the event. You go back and you write it up real quick. Generally, the publishing cycle's about, it can be as short as 20 minutes, it can be as long as an hour and a half. Now, if you excuse me, I got a story to write.
What's up? 3, actually. I had them pretty much all in succession first thing this morning, but I haven't really needed them since then. I've been doing pretty good. Things were a little bit hectic this morning. Stuff was a little bit bumpy, but everything's smoothed out now and it's running great, so I'm flying high just off of the joy that is E3. Yeah.
There's always stuff that is unveiled at E3 that makes me go, oh my God, I'm so glad I'm in this industry and that I get this kind of privileged access to see this before anyone else does. Even if the game goes on to, get delayed a bunch of times and not come out for another 3 years, there's a lot to be said just for seeing it for the first time like that, even if you don't have anything to take away from it. It's just an exciting event that way.
Let's do this. Well, I just checked in for my appointment. I'm going to go look at Killzone, probably in one of these back rooms where it's a little quieter, it's easier to talk to people, and there's not all this, all these crowds like, elbowing you and stuff like that. So hopefully get us a better look at the game. Everybody wants to follow me.
Killzone is set in a time of planetary conflict. We've been very much inspired by the various theatres of conflict of the 20th century, and that is very, very evident in the game itself.
What multiplayer modes do you have?
I'm not really going to say a huge amount about the game types of multiplayer. Whereas the secondary... visualizer and I can work. And Ben's quite sprinting. You can't shoot whilst you're sprinting. Withdraw from battle to get shot at too much. So if you play to be honest, I really quite like that.
With me, or is there like a grain filter you put on?
Yeah, it's hellish. I like it though.
So is that in all the levels? Are going to look like that, or different areas?
We try to get this very kind of cinematic look to the game. So for certain levels, we've tried to pick a certain ballet and also kind of contrast and color saturation factors. So you kind of get it to look more like a movie than kind of oversaturated candy color world.
If you want to take a little quick break, just for a couple minutes, we have drinks, soda, actually ice cream sundaes. Is we just leave our bags in here? We got a great game there.
I think it's ice cream time. Get out of here then. It's pretty hot in here, so having something cold is pretty nice.
They're saying that that's going to be for all games.
Dinner and lunch and breakfast. Actually, it's not breakfast. Yeah, I had something this morning. Now that the show's open, it's just go out there, look at games, write about games, and it's much more straightforward. And we got a lot of the big games out of the way today, and Tomorrow we'll get the other big games out of the way, and then Friday it's just kind of mopping up some of the smaller stuff that's still very interesting, but maybe not as kind of hotly anticipated and isn't seen as a priority to as many of our users. So yeah, it should go well from here on out. I mean, we have this party coming up at 9:30, and hopefully a bunch of people will be able to come out and yeah, just kind of relax for a little while.
An internet outage, which oddly enough happened around the exact same time last year. And it was because last year, the reason why, because it turns out that they turn off the internet in the building at a certain time. So.
Same thing?
We had no idea this time. So, because last time what happened, we had our own party the same night, and we came back when it was down, and they said, oh, it was down because, we turn off at a certain time. And this year we're actually here. So we don't know. It's hard to tell. We're trying to figure it out. We're making contacts. You calling Joe Russell?
Okay. Thank you. Hour.
Stop for an hour.
The party.
We.
Can I go in now?
No, we gotta clear it out. Give me 2 minutes. Take your time. Yeah. Cool. Right by the exit. Cool. Thank you. Let's give us a second.
Actually, go over the ATI Radeon booth. Take that over there. And then right on. What's going on?
Where's Adam?
How large do you have? Extra large. Extra large is good.
So wake up.
and wake up and smell the ashes.
Or we just sitting at a black screen.
Nice.
In line.
Welcome.
It's all I have left.
Okay, we're gonna have to wait just a second. Anybody have any questions while we're waiting for somebody who knows how to get the hard drive working again? IT rules.
Dude, I was so worried. The battery was gonna die because it kept screwing up like that. I felt really sorry for him, but at the same time, my battery started only half full, half empty, depending on how you look at things. You know, he started talking afterwards. I figured it was over. You know, he's gonna do a little discussion. So I zoomed the camera on him, re-white balance, refocus, re-everything, re-expose. And then he's like, oh wait, I have another movie to show you. And I was like, maybe the battery will hold. I'll ride it out. Okay, sure, fine. And it's just about to die. And then that shit crashed on him again, which is unfortunate. I feel really bad for him because I think that game's gonna be awesome. But yeah, if that hadn't crashed, I don't think I would have gotten the second movie. So karma for somebody.
Actually, one of the best trends I've noticed at E3 over the years is that the quantity of booth babes, as they're called, has diminished. A lot of companies in the past used to just hire, like, I guess just kind of washed up Hollywood models or wannabe actresses or something like that to just stand around in skimpy outfits and, like, demo the games. I never enjoyed that aspect of the show myself. I would like for this industry to be respectable, and I don't think, you know, scantily clad women hawking video games that they know nothing about, you know, with kind of frowns on their faces is a very kind of respectable image. So I'm glad to see companies focusing on the content and making the games sell themselves as opposed to just trying to have a woman in a bikini do the job for them. And you know, it seems to be the sign of this industry maturing in some way, though granted a lot of companies still do rely on that kind of titillation aspect to get people to pay attention, and in a lot of respects that still works for a lot of people.
Say the date again, September 17th. Got it. Okay, understood. Thank you.
We actually just got a phone call from a source of mine. One of our reporters in the field found out from any sort of his, basically that the Sims 2 is coming out September 17th. So this is the nature of breaking news. We get a tip, and now I've got to scramble to write it up before the other guy does. So and I've got to kind of background research and stuff. But it's like that here. It's just basically anything can break at any time, and you just always have to be ready and stuff. So got to come correct.
Breaking stories quickly is an important aspect of what we do. It's a very important aspect, and the only thing more important than that to us is the accuracy of our coverage.
So that's kind of the nature of web publishing. You know, you always get a story up, you're like, oh wait a minute, we can add this, we can add that. So it's a lot more flexible than print. You know, but it's also a lot more hectic because you're expected to basically to update it all the time, do it as accurate as possible. So yeah, it's going through now. The pub tools are humming along pretty good, and it should be on the web, and it should be on the web and on the news hub. It's already on the site, but it'll be on the news hub in about 2-3 minutes. So, anatomy of a news story, there you go. And if you stick around like that, you'll have anatomy of a nervous breakdown.
Breaking stories is very important to us in terms of perception, and also just because we're very excited about this stuff. We're pretty hardcore around here. We're up late, covering this stuff and keeping up on this stuff. We want to let our readers in on these secrets as soon as we can, and on new scoops and stuff, because a lot of our users are just really demanding as well. They're reading our site at all hours. They will absorb our content no matter when we put it up. So it's not some kind of 9-to-5 thing at all. I mean, it used to be way back in the day, but now the expectation is for us to be publishing stuff around the clock, and indeed, not a day goes by when we don't update our pages.
Hey Lauren, what's going on? I'm over at the EA booth, and when you think of EA, you think of one thing first, and that's the sports games. I'm looking over my shoulder, I'm seeing FIFA football, not soccer anymore, Tiger Woods, March Madness, NHL, NCAA, NBA Live, and of course, the biggest of them all, Madden. Will the Patriots finally be a good team in a Madden game? They better be. Hey, where's Ryan?
Hey, what's up, Lauren? Yeah, I think Rich is over there in the sports area. I'm over here at the Burnout 3 little kiosk, and you can see they got a pretty big deal over here. A lot of people have been lining up since I've been over here waiting to do this, and this game looks awesome. I don't know how much direct feed we have up on the side already, but yeah, we got to get some more because this game is, I gotta get over there and play it.
Or how should I look? Should I look like relieved, or what emotion do you want? Fine.
Made it over the hump day?
Yeah. It's a thing. It's what we do,
Like, at this time of the day, I mean, you really can't feel this on the camera, but it is really hot in that room. And we've been drinking nothing but bottled water all day, and it's like athletes. When you're sweating, water just doesn't hydrate you enough. Yesterday I was drinking like bottle after bottle of water, and I was still parched. It was like this really deep thirst in me, and I would have killed for some Gatorade. There's only like one vending machine in this entire place, and it's down here. But it's kind of cool. You see the people cleaning up around here, and it's quiet. It's a big change from the 60,000 people walking around.
How much is the 250?
I think it's jammed.
Oh, no! Sold out.
Oh, thank God.
You pressed the wrong button, dude.
You know, they weren't sold out last night.
Alright, that's
Oh, it's taken by my change in nickels? I don't believe this.
Hey, but it's still...
What kind of vending machine gives a change in nickels?
so chuffed that today is the last day of the show. I will tell you that much. I really think that the nice, fresh, not rancid sandwiches that we have in the booth right now add character and flavor. Though we are already a bunch of characters in this place. Oh God. I mean, today is short. The show closes at 4, and when they close at 4, they close at 4.
Don't look at me. Come over here and just play right away. You don't even have to wait in line. Monica? Monica Seabrook is going to sing the Pokemon song for us right on up. Come on up here. Turn around. This is your moment of shining American Idol glory. I want to be the very best, like no one ever was. Catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause. Pokemon! That was great! I'm impressed. She hasn't even had coffee.
Right now I'm thinking I got to get up as much stuff as I possibly can before 4 p.m. You know, just to like put the knife in and twist it. You know, around just right at 4 p.m. everything turns off at E3. You know, they start turning off lights. Everyone leaves. Internet goes down, and you know, when the internet goes down, there's not much else we can do. So. We gotta hurry, we gotta cook, and get as much stuff as we possibly go. So just kind of cranking on it right now.
And thanks a lot. You guys keep checking everything out. They're gonna cut our power off, so we're gonna go. See you next year.
Wristbands. GameSpot wristband. Take them so I don't have to carry them home. All left. There's like all wristband left. All right, I there's 4. Now there's 3. 3 people gotta get up and up and they
We found these sunglasses on the floor in the lobby last night. And then Ryan threw them onto the street. And then I picked them up. And now here they are. They're pretty terrible sunglasses. I think that's why I like them. I think I'm going to throw them out the window while we're driving back to the hotel, though.
See, actually, I think one of the most amazing parts of E3 is how quickly it all goes away. If you just look around, see all this crap. I mean, it's only been what, an hour since they closed, and it's already, half dead. In another hour, like, you wouldn't even know anything was here. I think that's crazy.
Yeah, I'm so ready to go home. It's not even funny. I loved covering the show. It was fun. It was intense, but me want bed that is mine for 48 hours straight.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Los Angeles. Tonight kicks off what's sure to be an exciting week for us all. My name is Jay Allard, and I'm the head of the Xbox Platform Group, and I'm thrilled to be the first to welcome all of you to E3. Tonight, we're going to show you how we're leading in software and in services. We're going to show you how we're leading in the innovation of new games. And we'll show you tonight how we're working with some of the best partners in the industry to drive some explosive growth. Software is the key to unlocking the potential, the real potential of this industry. It's the catalyst for growth, the enabler of innovation, and in many ways, software is what brings many of us into the room tonight. Since Live debuted, we've rolled out 3 major waves of enhancements to the Surface, and we're continually adding new features that change the way that gamers connect and the way that developers create games. Now, a bunch of these new features premiered 3 weeks ago, and gamers absolutely love them. So let's check them out. One of the new features we just added is voicemail, which will help me understand who this person is that's wanting to be my friend.
Hey Jay, Jenny McCarthy here. I had such a great time at your place last night.
So I think I'll accept this friend's invite. And we'll take that up a little bit later. As we move into the future, the next logical step when you have a friend like Jenny McCarthy is to see her. Hey, Jenny, what's shaking, baby?
Hey, Jay, what's up? I just lathered up my Enzo, and I am ready for some PGR2, baby.
Jenny, I got a few people over right now, so we might not want to do that. We believe that video communications is the next step in our broad-reaching Xbox multimedia strategy. It's going to help us expand the audience, it's going to integrate media with games, and ultimately, it's going to revolutionize social entertainment. It's a new feature called the Xbox Live Arcade, and it'll allow live gamers to download their favorites, games like Galaxian, Dig Dug, Poker, Bejeweled, and Feeding Frenzy. Let's go visit the arcade. We've talked a lot about the power of software, and I think it's pretty evident in the current generation of console gaming. But what about tomorrow when all the rules change? Again, the answer is going to be software. Remember these 3 letters, X and A. That's a great demo. It's pretty amazing and a great sign of the things to come as X&A allows developers to really focus more on the magic of their games and not screw around with the baseline tech or wrestle with the hardware. Software is really what makes us the innovation leader in this generation. And we believe that software is going to be what is going to help us become the market leader in future generations. This benefits everybody in gaming, not just Xbox. By freeing the developers to focus on what they do best, making kick-ass games, they win, publishers win, retailers win, we win, but most importantly, the gamer wins.
Good evening. I'm Peter Moore, and I'm responsible for delivering a portfolio of great games supported by world-class marketing. These amazing games will reflect the boundless imagination of their creators. They promise to immerse gamers in a deep, compelling storyline. The goal isn't just to please gamers. The goal is to absolutely blow them away. Now, before I go any further, I know there's one game on everybody's mind right now. Yes, sir. So let's end all of the suspense. Let's talk about Halo 2. It's the sequel to one of the greatest games ever made and the most anticipated game on any platform. The best part about Halo 2 is tonight we finally have a street date. I got your release date right here. November the 9th, the moment Xbox Nation's been waiting for, Halo 2. And yes, that is 2004. But the news tonight doesn't end with Halo 2. We have several more incredible titles that showcase what Xbox games are all about. Let's start with a partner that consistently delivers hit after hit, and that's Tecmo. In March, Tecmo captured the #1 spot across all consoles when it released Ninja Gaiden. Itagaki-san, the creator of the DOA series, consistently redefines what amazing graphics mean. Dead or Alive Ultimate is the first 3D fighting game to go online. Yes, online. Talk about changing the game. Doom 3 is on the way as a console exclusive for Xbox. And the team at id Software has outdone themselves with the most frightening and gripping 3D gaming experience ever created. A massive demonic invasion has overwhelmed the Union Aerospace Corporation's Mars research facility. And one of the only few survivors, you fend off shock and fear as you fight your way to hell and back in an epic clash against pure evil. Evil so terrifying that you may not want to play alone. And luckily, you don't have to, because this game has co-op play on Xbox Live. Also due out this coming year is Jade Empire. This stunning game is from BioWare, the critically acclaimed developer of Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic, Neverwinter Nights, and Baldur's Gate. Jade Empire takes the excitement and adrenaline rush of an intense fighting game and couples it with a fascinating storyline and plot, which has become BioWare's trademark. Only by mastering the greatest fighting system and defeating the most powerful enemies will players earn their place as a master of martial arts in the world of Jade Empire. Now, if it's not already abundantly clear, the Xbox pipeline is loaded with great games. Fable, Star Wars Republic Commando, MechAssault 2, Full Spectrum Warrior, Conquer, Far Cry, Chronicles of Riddick, Unreal Championship 2, Spider-Man 2, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. The list goes on and on. This is the most impressive lineup for Xbox ever. And there's one more. We've already created a legion of fanatics with the hugely popular street racer, Project Gotham Racing, which has sold over 2.5 million copies worldwide. Tonight, I am pleased to tell you that Xbox is adding a 1-2 punch that supercharges the racing category. And the fender banging and ground pounding can only be found on Xbox. I'm proud to announce the world premiere of Forza Motorsport, the first fully customizable racing simulation for Xbox. We built this extraordinary game with the help of top engineers from Ferrari's Formula One program. We wanted that level of racing realism. That's why we also designed the performance of the cars to be adversely affected by the damage, just as in real racing. Forza Motorsport sets itself apart with an unprecedented level of personalization, customization, and tuning. This is indeed the ultimate racing experience.
Forza Motorsport.
And so, to pump a little more nitro into the Xbox engine, here's the man behind the wheel, Robbie Bach.
So this year, our 4th year, I know it's time to change the game. We've proven we can play. Now we're proving we can lead. And our leadership plan starts with delivering breakthrough games for the platform. Ambitious titles that capture the imagination of gamers. Titles that fly off the store shelves. Titles with the courage to ignore the old rules. We're focusing on delivering titles on an epic scale like Halo 2. We're going to deliver unprecedented customization with breakthrough games like Forza Motorsport. Fable will demonstrate leadership in designing games with incredible evolving characters and storylines. And titles like Doom 3 are going to reinforce what everybody knows. The best looking games, the best playing games, and the best online games are on Xbox. If great games are the first part of this plan, what's the second part of the plan? Software. Through software, we're building a limitless online gaming service that allows for continuous innovation. We're constantly adding new features, new content, and new revenue streams for our partners. In this generation of game development and the next, Xbox Live serves as the very foundation of our platform leadership. We're closing in on 1 million subscribers for Xbox Live. I want to put that in perspective. Consider this. TiVo, an entertainment phenomenon, took 5 years to reach 1 million subscribers. So did AOL. So did HBO. We're doing it in less than half that time. Now, the final part of a successful plan, and possibly the most important, is our partnerships. The working relationships we have with many of you throughout the industry. The very partners who help bring many of the exciting breakthrough moments we've experienced tonight. Now, gamers buy magic. They love great games and services that keep them connected, amazed, and enriched. But it's not magic that develops, markets, and sells those games. It's the hard work and the collaborative effort between Xbox and all of our outstanding partners that does that. And we must work together to expand with services like Xbox Live, to provide people with amazing new social and community games.
Listen up, X-Heads. Recognize this voice? Sure you do. Bet you're wondering, hey, what's he doing crashing this Xbox bash? Take a guess.
Now this is going to change the game.
Bingo. You got it. The wait is over. Finally, the whole EA Sports lineup is coming to Xbox Live. We're bringing NCAA football, NASCAR, NBA Live, NHL, FIFA, and of course the 500-pound gridiron gorilla, Madden. But hold on to your ball points, because that's not all. We've got over 1 million online athletes waiting on deck. Jacked-in jocks ready to throw down anytime, anywhere. Don't look now, but online sports is about to get hooked up. You ready for Major League Mayhem? You ready for an online onslaught? Get ready to prove it with EA Sports. On Xbox Live, EA Sports. It's in the game. Ladies and gentlemen, the president of EA Worldwide Studio Operations, Don Matrek.
Well, Robbie, you finally caught the ball.
Well, you finally threw us the ball. Really, it's great to be here with you.
Thank you. We're really pleased to be here. And now, let me introduce you to the EA Sports team live. Representing FIFA Soccer, Landon Donovan. Representing NCAA March Madness Basketball, Emeka Okafor. Representing NCAA Football, Larry Fitzgerald. Representing NHL Hockey, Marcus Naslund. Representing NBA Live, Carmelo Anthony. Representing Madden NFL Football, Marshall Falk. And finally, representing Fight Night, the greatest of all time. And of course, there's more. More blockbuster titles from EA Games and EA Sports Big. We're bringing the sequel to Need for Speed Underground, Time Splitters, Future Perfect, and James Bond will debut on Xbox Live with GoldenEye Rogue Agent. And one of the most anticipated live games from Digital Illusions in Sweden, Battlefield Modern Combat.
So tonight we've given you a glimpse of the future by showing software advancements that are happening right now. We've shown you truly remarkable games that promise to be the buzz of the show and major hits over the coming year. And we've expanded our partnerships to continue building the Xbox Live service. It's going to be a great year for all of us. We entered the game, we played the game at a high level, and now we're changing the game. We're taking a leadership position to put gaming on par with all forms of media entertainment. There's a changing of the guard in the industry. Yesterday's rules are a part of the past. As it has in the past, innovation will vanquish status quo in the marketplace of ideas. Xbox is moving to side with innovation. We hope you'll join us. Thank you, and good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kaz Hirai.
It's great to be here with all of you today, as this year marks the 10th year anniversary of E3. It's really hard to believe that 10 years has gone by since the first E3 trade show, and interestingly enough, our history as a company parallels the first show in 1995, as it was there that we debuted the original PlayStation in North America. Sony Computer Entertainment has shipped more than 170 million units of hardware and more than 1.5 billion units of software, which in my mind is a pretty amazing accomplishment. Not only do we believe that the best online content is developed for PlayStation 2, we know that our online library is the most diverse and genre balanced. Now let's take a look at some of this great online content. Here to further demonstrate how we plan to reach out to the casual gamer through online content, please give a warm welcome to the president and CEO of Insomniac Games, Ted Price.
All right, guys, you set? All right, let's start. Okay, so what we got going on here is red versus blue. Red is trying to take the blue base. Blue is trying to take the red base. Now, we've started the battle in mid-battle because these battles are big and they can take a long time. What they're trying to do right now is take nodes. When you take a node, you actually give your team an advantage because if you die, you can respawn at a node. This player right here is trying to turn his friend into a sheep. There we go. The first sheep in the game. Here we got a character who's who's taking advantage of the Magna Boots. One of the great things about using the Magna Boots is you can stand on the ceiling and take out the turrets from afar. Let's see. The blue team is trying hard to take the red base, but as you can see, the defenses are pretty tough. These big Gatling guns will take out your health very quickly. All they've got to do is take out one more turret, and then they can take the base. All you have to do is take out all the turrets and step on the teleporter. So it looks like all you have to do is step on the teleporter, and they win. So congratulations to blue team. Well done. Congratulations to both the team, red and blue. Thank you, guys.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the latest addition to the PlayStation family. So, what is PlayStation Portable? It is a handheld video game system that offers 3D CG games incorporating high-quality, full-motion video similar to PlayStation 2. It incorporates new technologies like curved surfaces and wireless connectivity. It also has the ability to deliver high-quality movies, music, and video, as well as other forms of digital entertainment content through one central device. It is based on a new optical disc medium developed by Sony called Universal Media Disc, or UMD. It incorporates wireless technology that will allow for new types of consumer interaction while gaming, as well as a multitude of opportunities for downloadable entertainment content, a first in this industry. As you can see, it is black with the majority of the real estate taken up by a beautiful LCD display. The product dimensions are 170 millimeters long, 74 millimeters high, and 23 millimeters deep. In total, it weighs 260 grams. And as I mentioned, the screen is one of the product's key features. It is 4.3-inch wide TFT LCD widescreen. The aspect ratio is 16:9. One area of some discussion has been the amount of onboard memory, so I am pleased to announce that PlayStation Portable will have 32 megabytes of main memory and 4 megabytes of embedded DRAM. PlayStation Portable has built-in stereo speakers. It includes onboard ports for headphones, microphone, controllers, power, and battery recharge. So here's a look at PlayStation Portable's main input-output areas. First is the wireless port. We plan to support the IEEE 802.11b standard for wireless local area network usage. We plan to support USB 2.0 and Memory Stick Duo Pro, which will make it easy for consumers to upload and download content between each other and devices between, for example, the PC. PlayStation Portable will have an IRDA or infrared data port, and an IR remote using Sony's Cirque standards. So what is the battery life going to be on PlayStation Portable? It will be on par with traditional handheld systems, or approximately 10 hours. It is comparable to an HDD-based portable music player, or approximately 8 hours. Or it'll be comparable to portable DVD players, which in many cases is about 2.5 hours. Other new items that will be a first on PlayStation Portable are a USB camera, GPS systems, and a keypad, all custom designed for the product. UMD is a large capacity optical disc medium specifically designed by Sony with PlayStation Portable in mind. We view our world as one with a connected future. This includes the ability to connect PlayStation Portable to many other platform devices like PlayStation 2, other PSP units, and the PC. As with our home consoles, we're fortunate to have support from all of the best companies in the business on PlayStation Portable. Let's take a look at some of the fruits of their labor.
We're gonna switch and flip till we get the hits that'll make you move your hips. In line with the funky rhyme, and the people say we're gonna lose our mind. What?
Everything is go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the president of Electronic Arts Worldwide Studios, Don Mattrick.
When PlayStation Portable debuts next spring, EA will have a minimum of 4 titles supporting the launch.
And now we would like to show you demonstrations of UMD content from some of our content partners. The first demo comes from our sister company, Sony Pictures Entertainment.
I believe there's a hero in all of us. Gives us strength, makes us noble. Even though sometimes we have to give up the thing we want the most.
Barker! Where you been? Looking for you all morning.
You're late.
Always late. You're fired.
Look at you, Peter. Your grades have been declining. You always appear exhausted.
I know, I'm trying.
So where you been, pal? You don't return my calls.
I've been kind of busy.
Taking pictures of your friend. Spider-Man killed my father.
No matter what I do.
Do you love me or not?
No matter how hard I try.
I want Spider-Man dead.
It's the ones I love who will always be the ones who pay.
I can't keep thinking about you. I'm getting married.
I want a life of my own. I'm Spider-Man. No more.
You look different.
I let things get in the way before. There was something I thought I had to do. I don't have to.
I liked seeing you tonight, Peter.
Now on to the main event.
Octavius is going to put Oscorp on the map in a way my father never even dreamed of.
Crazy scientist turns himself into some kind of a monster. 4 mechanical arms welded right onto his body.
You take Spider-Man's pictures. Where is he?
It's ticking me off your loyalty to Spider-Man and not to your best friend. Bring Spider-Man to me.
How do I find him?
Peter Parker.
Find Spider-Man, or I'll peel the flesh off her bones.
There are bigger things happening here than me and you. Who's behind the mask?
The story continues June 30th.
The next demo was provided by Sony Music Entertainment. We're also considering extending Sony Connect's digital music service to PlayStation Portable users. The PlayStation Portable release schedule breaks out as follows. Calendar end 2004 target in Japan. Fiscal end release for North America and Europe, or by the end of March 2005, with Korea and other markets thereafter. And we're on track to ship approximately 3 million units of PlayStation Portable by the end of our fiscal year. It is my pleasure to introduce my friend and colleague, Chief Technology Officer for Sony Computer Entertainment Inc., Masa Chatani.
In March 2001, IBM, Toshiba, and SCE announced the joint development of a super parallel processor for the age of broadband networks. The project is codenamed Cell. Today, I am very pleased to announce to you that Sony, SCE, and IBM have agreed to develop our Cell processor-based workstation. Our objective is to provide supercomputing for various digital entertainment applications. For the game development of our next generation entertainment system, SCE will introduce a Cell-based game development system. Now we envision a couple years from now, games and movies will converge to create totally new form of entertainment. When movies and games are created, the data of the world for games and movies are constructed and stored on the cell-based workstation. When multiple cell-based systems are connected to the broadband network, cell-based system will form a single cyber world. In the cyber world of cell-based systems, citizens, vehicles, buildings, and the cities are generated and operated by multiple cell systems connected through broadband networks. User will jack in to the cyber world through the entertainment system in the home. And user will be able to navigate the cyber world seamlessly. The first prototype of cell-based workstation is coming in the fourth quarter of the 2004. So everyone, please look forward to what's waiting for you in the very near future. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank all of you for joining us here today this morning. As you can see, we have a lot of really new and exciting things in store for the future. But please, don't take my word for it. Please feel free to stop by our booth to experience the new dimensions of PlayStation for yourselves. Thank you, and have a great show.
My name is Reggie. I'm about kicking ass. I'm about taking names. And we're about making games. We like games with big stars and big explosions. And we like games so scary, they keep you up at night. I'd like you to welcome a guy who's been essential in building that momentum, George Harrison.
This graph shows the industry sales, excluding Nintendo, over the last 2 quarters, compared with the previous period. Now, let's look at what Nintendo's done in the same time periods. On the console side, we see plenty of business yet to be done in this generation. And we believe that the potential for this generation is more than 55 million units. That means there are almost 20 million units still to be sold. The late adopters want something else. They want pure entertainment. They want familiarity. And most importantly, they want value. We're fully deploying the familiar franchises that are so popular with the mass market. A new Donkey Kong adventure, a new Pikmin, a move for Advance Wars to GameCube, and Mario making 2 appearances in Mario Party 6 and in Paper Mario. Nintendo's GameCube library will grow to more than 400 games this year. Pokemon has again taken the market by storm in Japan. The ability to trade your Pokemon with your friends using the Game Boy Advance wireless adapter. You'll soon be seeing and playing wirelessly with more than a dozen titles. Game Boy doesn't just lead the handheld gaming market, it owns it. Now, if you're asking whether PSP can catch Game Boy Advance, maybe we should first ask, can the PS2 catch Game Boy Advance? Since its launch in June of 2001, Game Boy Advance has sold more units than PlayStation 2 in America. And this year, you'll see Donkey Kong Country 2, F-Zero 2, The Legend of Zelda, Mario Advance, Mario Party, and Mario Pinball, all coming to Game Boy Advance. Together, there's a heavenly array of hits for both Game Boy Advance and Nintendo GameCube.
Well, the wait is over. This is Nintendo DS. In creating DS, we've given the world's most talented game makers new tools to work with, new ways to express their imaginations, and of course, in the end, new enjoyment for all of us.
Nintendo came down and presented the DS platform to us just about a month or so ago. I think everyone was in shock.
When I told the functions of DS to our creators, they were very excited and eager to work on new development. They really liked DS.
The introduction of Nitro, or the DS, is going to allow us to take handheld gaming to the next level.
The history of the platform in the last 10 years is that improvements were made on only certain functions. It has been a long time since the platform itself changed radically.
With the DS, I think they set the next standard across the board for all kinds of things.
It's going to generate such a new way of playing games that is going to generate automatically more emotion, more excitement, and more fun for the player, which is basically what we are here for.
Things will totally change. We will think anew what we want to express and what kind of things we want players to enjoy using this platform. We're expecting to change the contents of the game, how to play the game, and how to make the game.
The DS will continue Nintendo's great success in the handheld gaming market.
It's very innovative technology that is clearly focused on immersing the consumer into the gaming experience.
But let's start with the two screens. Each is programmable in 2D or 3D. The 3D quality is simply beautiful. Most of you remember how you felt the first time you saw Super Mario 64 on Nintendo 64. It was a breakthrough that took the industry by storm. But this is Nintendo DS action, playing on our new portable system. One character can stand 2 panels high, or take 2 different perspectives of the same battle, or monitor constantly available maps and menus. Here's a brand new Metroid game playing on Nintendo DS. Targeting and shooting now moves beyond buttons. Just tap the screen where you want to fire. Metroid's missions have always been nerve-wracking, but now they're non-stop, because all of your map positioning and weapons changes are done on the fly. Let's move on to the next pair, 2 media bays. One accommodates DS software, easily holding games with 1 gigabit of data and well beyond. The other plays all of your favorite GBA games. Consider the most exciting 2 for game players. 2 incredible new forms of player control. The first is touchscreen, responding to either a stylus or to your fingertip. The built-in microphone can be married to voice recognition programs. Finally, my favorite 2, dual wireless capability. The first is a proprietary application that allows up to 16 people to play and communicate together. The range extends up to 100 feet. Imagine instant chat and draw. And DS will even connect for you, springing to life from sleep mode once you're in range of someone else transmitting in group format. But what if your friend is more than a few feet away, say a few time zones away? No problem. Wi-Fi means you can connect via the net. It's beyond online, it's no line.
We look at the Nintendo DS as the next generation in portable gaming. It's more advanced, fully 3D. The 2 screens allow for a new game mechanic.
I think the brighter display, and I think this new memory format is really going to set the standard for how handheld devices are going to be created in the future.
What I like best is the touch panels. The idea of just touching is wonderful.
Yeah.
It's the touch panels that make things easy. The games that took a very complicated operating system and input system may be more player-friendly by using touch panels. The function will enable us to try more interesting things.
And one of the most exciting parts of playing video games is competing with your friends and your family, and to be able to compete with a live person is just ultimately the most exciting part of a product. The fact that a format like Nintendo DS supports that kind of multiplayer is tremendous because it really allows games to get to the next level.
We can use 4 screens when played by 2 players, maybe even 6 screens or 8 screens. The number of screens increases rapidly, and that kind of possibility of expansion makes us excited.
The developer opportunities are right now what's really driving a lot of creativity.
Hi, my name is Ryan, and we're here at the Sony Computer Entertainment booth at E3 2004. And behind me is our new PSP, the PlayStation Portable. It's our entry into the portable gaming market. And essentially, it's focused on entertainment on the core, focused on games, music, movies, and more, all in one device. So here we are in the PlayStation Portable booth that we've set up here at E3, and what this is demonstrating is the different entertainment options you have, from movies, music, games, and more. You'll see, from a marketing perspective, again, how the UMD discs, how they'll look, compared to, our general PlayStation disc. There's a sketch to your right, just showing you sort of the architecture layout, all the different the buttons mean, what function they serve. And then, sample packaging for the PSP. Again, and everybody's waiting to say, when will we have actual playable? Ken Kutaragi pointed out, hardware at E3, software at TGS. So right now we're giving you some teaser, and I look for more information come this September in Tokyo. This is just all just tease. Nothing has been announced. So this could all change too. And the PSP doubles up as a music player as well. So right now, this is just showing a movie. He's not interacting with it, but at least you can get an idea of, seeing his hands and comparing it to the size of the PSP for viewers that don't get to see it in person. Look how the screen, even though it's that small, the screen is so clear. And there you have it for the PlayStation Portable. Entertainment on the go, coming soon. Here at Sony at E3, this is an exciting time of the year for us. It sets the tone for the year to come for all our fans and the show attendees. This year, we're really focusing on the new dimensions of the PlayStation business. We have online gaming that's continuing to prosper. There's nearly 3 million users now. 70% of the first-party titles here have online capabilities, which I'll go into more detail about. We have PlayStation Portable, which I just highlighted. I'm really excited about that. And then we're also extending the life cycle of PlayStation 2. So don't worry about next generation. There's still a lot more life in the PlayStation 2. We've got killer apps, Killzone, God of War, GT4, the online titles. There's a lot of innovation. So we have iToy technology, which we have here in the booth. A lot of capabilities with the PS2. We'll be shipping actually 14 million units this year alone, which we're proud to say is the equivalent of GameCube and Xboxes sold in the US total. So now we're in our features area, and we're looking at God of War, again, which comes out early next year. This is, what you're looking at is this vicious warrior named Kratos. And when you think about this game, think of Gladiator meets Clash of the Titans. So you're just taking that brutal combat from Gladiator, but then also mixing it in with Greek mythology, various Greek mythological elements from like Clash of the Titans. So we got Medusa. The story takes place actually in ancient, times. So here we are, still in the features area, Killzone. A lot of people may have heard about this, you may have read about it already. This is due out this November, and it's actually our first-person shooter that we've published, Sony ourselves, and we're really excited about it. It's going to feature online gameplay, up to 12 players. It's essentially a sci-fi, militaristic first-person shooter set in the near future. There's 4 characters you can take the role of. It's squad-based first-person shooter. So we don't want to look at, you compare it to SOCOM, it's a lot different in the fact that you're not commanding your opponents. Essentially, you have this group called the Hellgas, which are trying to take over this planet set in the near future, and you're part of the ISA, which is the Human Force, one of 4 characters here to stop them from taking over and colonizing the planet. This will use the USB headset as well, so you can communicate, with your friends anywhere in North America while you're playing. So, and we're demonstrating the online mode here. So, still in the features area here, the Getaway Black Monday, coming back off the popular PlayStation 2 greatest hit. This is launching this holiday season. This is taking gamers through the ultimate London-based underground gangland thriller and giving them the opportunity to influence various outcomes of the story. Now, not just playing one character, you actually have 4 playable characters, which gives you 4 different outcomes. So, still in the features area here, and we're looking at Gran Turismo 4, which is the most highly anticipated titles for PlayStation 2, due out this November. And Gran Turismo 4 features more than 500 cars. It's really a celebration of automotive culture, having vintage cars, cars from yesterday to today to tomorrow. So there's going to be up to 100 courses, online gameplay up to 6 players. We've actually unveiled a few more courses to get you more of a sneak peek at the final product. So we have, for those of you that are racing fans, we have Nürburgring now. We have the island of Capri, Fuji Speedway, Hong Kong, and again, remember, all the courses that are based on these real-life locations are all highly detailed to bring you the same experience as if you were driving the real deal, being that Gran Turismo 4's ultimate goal is to provide you with the ultimate driving simulator. All right, here's, we're outside the booth here in the general area, and we're looking at MLB 2005 by 989 Sports. This launched back in March, and features, licensed Major League Baseball game, featuring all the real teams, all the real stadiums. There's iToy functionality that can actually put you into the game to becoming a true big leaguer. We also have new online mode using 989sportsonline.com and a super deep franchise mode. So here to my left we have Hot Shots Golf 4, which is returning back for PlayStation 2 fans. It's based on the popular Hot Shots Golf franchise. Hot Shots Golf 4, F-O-R-E, provides the same hit golf gameplay coupled with the comical approach from our wacky characters. We have over 30 golfers and caddies, online gameplay, more courses, mini golf returns back from Hot Shots 1 and 2, and this comes out this August. So here you have Siphon Filter, the Omega strain, just launched last month, based on the expanding on the top-selling PlayStation franchise and our continued commitment to deliver great online and offline play. With new environments, playable characters, online, co-op gameplay, weapons, storyline, and more. And this is building on a proprietary combat action that is innovative, intuitive, and extremely responsive. So you can also play as a female character as well, more playable characters, using the same control elements from Mark of Crete, but providing a whole new type of gameplay feel. So we're looking at Siren, which launched April 20th. And this is a survival horror game. Actually, it comes from the creator of the original Silent Hill. So taking that genre to a new dimension, and essentially you take the role of 10 playable characters, each drawn to this fictional Japanese village, where every 30 years, legend has it that a siren rings and turns the civilians into Shibito, which is Japanese for living dead. Go ahead. All right, so here's Athens 2004, which is due out this summer, and for those people that are getting ready for the Olympics, we're providing it into your living room here with a variety of sports. There's more than 25 different events, from track, floor exercises, rings, swimming, skeet shooting, archery, and more. We also have the dance mat compatibility, which you just saw that he was doing for, looks like the long jump. NHL Face-Off 2005. This is for 989 Sports. It comes out this fall, based on the NHL League. All the real teams, all the real players, all the real stadiums. Extensive list of gameplay modes from tournament, online, rivalry. Gamers can actually play against one of 8 world hockey powerhouses, including Canada and Russia. It really overall delivers the true look and feel of hockey as we know it and see on TV. So here we're looking at the iToy area. This is again tying back to the life cycle of PlayStation 2. Really has a lot more years to go. We've got a lot of innovation, and this is demonstrated by some of the titles that we're showing here. Anti-Grav is one on the right there. You see with the guy with the hands, the gloves on his hands. This will be due out this fall. This is really the next step in evolution of iToy, using physical and interactive gameplay. It's the first 3D character-based iToy game that uses color recognition technology to track body movement, using your body and brain to hoverboard over diverse terrain. So we have Jak 3. This is again developed by Naughty Dog, based on the popular Jak and Daxter franchise, due out this holiday. 3rd installment of the popular award-winning franchise. This will conclude some of lingering mysteries, loose ends from the past iterations. Jak 3 overall is all about evolution. Jak's character evolves, so does his universe, much larger, with Doom buggies, as you can see here. to explore around in. It continues to push the genre with new innovation. There's a new rendering engine, streaming music, as well as the ragdoll physics, which we're familiar with in other titles. Again, this is due out this holiday season.
I'm Ryan Schneider, Director of Marketing Communications at Insomniac Games. And we're here to talk about Ratchet & Clank Up Your Arsenal, which is PlayStation 2's first online action platform game. Something we're really excited about. It's our third installment in the Ratchet & Clank franchise. Clank Up Your Arsenal will come out this November.
So here we have ATV Off-Road Fury 3. Now, this is ATV Off-Road Fury. Has done really well with PlayStation 2 fans, and we're excited to bring this November. There's more ATVs, more environments, and we basically, really looked at the past two and taken the best elements, which, of course, is the popular free roaming gameplay, but really added a whole new layer, particularly with the online mode. It's really robust, up to 6 players now. Before, gameplay only was 5 players, so we have 6 players now competing, both in off and online. And everything that's in the offline mode is in the online mode for ATV 3. Last but not least, we have Sly 2, Band of Thieves. This is due out this September from Sucker Punch, based on the popular Sly Cooper title from PlayStation 2. And this is an all-new comic crime caper, action-adventure, and the second installment, as I just pointed out, for the Sly Cooper animated series. Episodic storyline is suspenseful, challenging, and provides improvisational, fun gameplay. It's a team-based adventure, and it's going to be appealing to gamers of all ages. All right, thanks for joining us here at the Sony booth. Now take a look at some other games that you'll see coming up.
my name is Alex Palomares with Nintendo, and I'm here to show you around to the greatest things in E3, Nintendo's games, and of course the new DS. So Pikmin 2 is actually a continuation of the story, so fans of the first Pikmin are going to love this one. It's got brand new challenges, it's got a co-op mode and a versus mode, and it's got a great new story, a lot of cool stuff going on it. Brand new Pikmin, and new abilities with Captain Olimar and his buddy Louie. All right, so we're standing in front of Jungle Beat, Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. Probably a lot of companies this year have been talking about innovation. And while people are talking about it, we're actually doing it. We have the bongos, and we use them as controllers for this game. It's a brand new experience. It feels like you're learning how to play video games all over again. It's an adventure with Donkey Kong. You tap the right bongo to go to the right, you tap the left one to go to the left. A lot of different combinations. Tap them both at the same time to jump. You know, you clap to do a gorilla pound on your chest type thing and bring things around you. So it's a brand new way of playing a video game, a classic side-scrolling game with a new twist. So we're standing in front of Donkey Kong Konga, probably one of the funnest games that I've played so far, and it's incredible. It's a music game, so you got a bongo, right? Standard thing. You're gonna be tapping your hands to keep up with a beat. It's something that I thought at first, it sounds all right. And then I actually played it, and then I played it with 3 other people, and we tried to make a song out of it. A lot of fun. It's got a lot of licensed music. It's got my boy Santana in it. So it's got a lot of other licensed music, you know, We Will Rock You, a lot of things that lend themselves to the actual drum beating there. So it's a game that's going to be addictive. I see it being a game that a lot of college students are actually going to be playing. They're going to be loving it. So behind me here, we have Advance Wars for the GameCube. A lot of people have played it on the actual Game Boy Advance. They loved it. It's got a great following. Now we're bringing it up to the GameCube, switching it up a little bit. It's not a turn-based strategy anymore. It's actually a real-time strategy. And so you still get to command your troops, send them off to battle, but this time you get to actually be participating in the battle. You'll see a lot of different things in it, where you'll be in a tank, you'll be in an actual helicopter, you can control different units, and again, you can actually strategize your attack. It will have a lot of cool features in it that are not in this version. It's slated for 2005, so it's still more to come for the GameCube. So we're standing in front of Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, which is coming out here shortly in November. It's a continuation of a story, a great story. It's got a great following. Metroid Prime is going to be incorporating new aspects to it. It's going to have 2 different new beams, a light beam and a dark beam. It's got a brand new story, new attack, new upgrades, and it's got multiplayer. So it's something that Metroid has never done before. No multiplayer before, and this time we're bringing it, and it's going to be very Metroid-esque. You're going to have a lot of fun with it. We got Resident Evil 4 for the GameCube coming out this holiday season, and basically the newest installment of the Resident Evil genre. This time, this game gets so intense, your heart will be beating after you stop playing the game. I played just the demo version itself, and I swear to you that after 5 minutes after playing it, I stopped playing, and my heart was beating for 5 minutes afterwards. You see, I can't even talk, it's so good. The game itself, it features a new camera system. It's right behind you, so the action is really close, and it's got new features in it that I really love. You can jump in and out of windows on the fly. It's more action-packed than all the other ones. I'm really looking forward to this game. It's going to be a great title. It's really scary, really intense. So Star Fox for the GameCube, a brand new installment of the Star Fox genre. You might have seen it last year. This time around, it's come a long way. It's Star Fox gets back in his R-Wing, goes up to space, and fights the bad guys on space, on ground. It's basically starts off where the other one left off. So it's got a lot of the great things that you loved about Star Fox Adventures, and a lot of the great things that you loved about Star Fox 64. It's got the multiplayer. It's a lot of fun to play. It's going to grab you, and you're going to love it. It's going to have a lot of replay on it. All right, so we got Geist right here. This is a game that I've been looking forward for a long time. It's a first-person shooter, one of the best genres out there, and it's got a little twist in it. This time you get to play a disembodied spirit who's trying to get his body back. So you'll have to do a lot of different puzzle solving. It's an adventure, a first-person. It's got the first-person control style to it. It's got a lot of multiplayer aspects to it that's going to play with a Geist in it. So you'll go around possessing different bodies, getting their memories, retaining their memories to access different areas. It's also going to have the ability to control different objects like miniguns to shoot enemies, bombs to explode them, things to scare people so you can possess them. It's got a lot of great features like that. It's going to have a lot of puzzles in it. All right, so we got Paper Mario 2. This game, by far, is one of the best RPGs. Well, Paper Mario, the first one, was a great game. A lot of people followed it. It's an RPG game, and it's got a lot of different style to it. It's a turn-based system as far as the battle system, but it's got some skill because you have to time it. You have to press A in order to defend. It's got a lot of different things. As you see behind me here, we're playing it, and it takes really advantage of the paper aspects to the game. It's kind of like telling a story. It's going to be kind of like a storybook. It's going to be turning pages type thing. Mario is paper, so he's going to be taking advantage of that. He's going to be turning into an airplane to go down through big gaps. He's going to be doing, getting flat to go underneath the actual doorways to get into different areas. There's a lot of potential to what they can do. The game is still under development, so we haven't seen everything that you can do as Paper Mario, but it's definitely going to be a lot of fun. A lot of people love this game, and it's got a lot of comedy, so it's got a lot of fans. The thing about Zelda is everybody's played it. Everybody loves the story of Zelda. This time around, you actually get to go through the story modes with your friends. So you got 4 different characters on the screen at a time, and you'll have different puzzles. There'll be big boulders that you have to have all 4 players pick it up and throw it to the other side. There's switches that people have to stand on to let you into other areas. There's a whole bunch of different things, new ways to look at puzzles, basically. And so with this game right here, it's gonna change the way you look at Zelda. People look at Zelda and how to solve it.
The journey begins, starts from within, things that I need to know. The song of the bird echoed in words.
Who do you think's covering up the battle?
Listen, the only thing across that ocean is Murska Air Base. That's Yuktobanian territory.
Yuktobania just declared war. They've launched an offensive simultaneously, too.
But haven't we been allies with the Ukes since the war 15 years ago?
Captain's probably hating this more than anybody. He used to have a lady friend over in Yuktobania.
That's just an old war wound now.
Captain, 2 enemy planes on your 6.
We can't defend the area with just 4 planes! Oh yeah, just wade through the missiles. What are you, nuts? On your right! Hey, Grim, that's yours! I'm going down!
When history witnesses a great change, Razgriz reveals itself, first as a dark demon. As a demon, it uses its power to rain death upon the land, and then it dies. However, after a period of slumber, Razgriz returns. I realized these people may well be the story I was looking for all this time. In fact, I was sure of it.
Let's go.
The filthy comes.
Mr. Cole, your body continues to bisect between mutation and normal cells. Because of this, you have developed some fascinating abilities. The parasites that discharge from your body will steal the health of your enemies, and in turn, replenish yours.
answering my call. Astro, you must go to the Bay Area and find him.
Away they go. Very, very good start, Poland.
Got that approach absolutely right. Spot on. Technically, you can't fault it, really.
Clean start and a pretty even one too. Start by lane 7.
long, long time ago it was. Before people began to dwell in the sky. A terrible war was waged between us humans and the wicked god. After the horrendous battle, our ancestors entombed the wicked god and left the polluted and barren earth to find their future in the skies.
In this world, there are things that people mustn't touch. Who cares?
The god of demise and destruction, the cursed power of Mar Petro.
The end, Magnus? Never heard of that before.
Damn, the bastards.
It's unthinkable to act against the Empire?
Great heroes are just so busy.
I've been waiting.
Finish him. He will inflict a catastrophe upon the Empire.
Let us trust
Just
the young
one more.
who hold the spirit within them.
Only such a battle will fill the void within you and soothe the agony inside.
From when did you know?
Gimli! No dead weight!
No way!
Only hope, the lost ocean.
Awaken! God of the past!
Now, be what you want to be.
Someday you will know what you are meant to be.
I want this area clear. Affirmative on that. Go, go, go! You got it. Move to this position.
Roger that.
Go, go, go!
Same shit, different day.
Contact!
Man down! Man down!
Congratulations on your promotion, Corporal. Move to this position.
Fire in the hole! Go, go, go! Tank, head
Heads up! Let's get the hell out of here!
I need backup! Strike team requesting target coordinates. Sending target coordinates. Target acquired. Fox 1, missile away!
Hi, I'm Mark Randall. I'm the technical director for Terminal Reality, and I'm here to talk about Blood Rain 2. Blood Rain 1 started in the 1930s with the Nazi occupation of Europe. Nazis were trying to use supernatural means to win the war. Blood Rain 2 picks up 50 years later in the present day, where Blood Rain is going after her father, who has, over the years, created lots and lots of vampire siblings who are in turn trying to take over the world now. So Blood Rain has to go after half-sister, cousins, and various people who are in her family to make amends for the horrors that her father has inflicted on the world. Rain has a bunch of new moves for Blood Rain 2. A lot of new vampire powers. Every time she kills one of her siblings, she gains their power. For example, she has her aura vision, which will show her blood and life, so where she can restore her health, and it shows her where to go. But also now she has a move. She can be attacking somebody in aura vision mode and use her ghost feed, and she can actually be feeding on somebody and split herself into two different people, so she can feed. Other new powers include super slow motion, where everybody will come to pretty much a total stop, and she can hack apart people, feed, shoot, perform stuff almost in super speed. Other moves include rail sliding. She can glide down rails. She can climb poles. She can perform saltos on pipes and other things protruding from the environment to get higher and higher and progress through the world. We call it sandbox-style gameplay. That means the environment is really interactive. There are a variety of ways to kill people in the environment. Rain has her harpoon, which is now used to inflict damage on enemies. She can throw enemies into, let's say, for example, a forklift is sitting there. The spike of a forklift, she can impale somebody on the forklift. She can throw somebody into a fire. She can throw somebody off the window. Various pieces of the environment can be used for combat and for fun, so it doesn't have to be the same play twice. You can you can take your blades and cut people up, but more importantly, you can feed on people, perform fatalities. Rain has 12 different fatalities. She can behead somebody. She can slice somebody right down the middle. She has blood-powered guns, so she can actually take her guns, stick them into the enemy to refill them, and then throw the enemy into various magnets around the world, such as a flame, a garbage truck, various kill puzzles. Another thing is a kill puzzle. We're trying to stay away from the old key style of gameplay. Find the blue key, find the red key. That's boring. But let's say Rain is trapped in a room and she has to find her way out, and there's a big fan in the way. Well, she doesn't want to run through the fan. She can take the enemies, throw a few in it, blow it up, and then proceed on. So killing will proceed through the game. Will make you go farther and farther along. Spectacrobatics is what we call Rain's ability to grind from rails, hang from the ceiling, and kill people. So we're trying to summarize Blood Rain in a few words. It's killing with style. Blood Rain is a single-player game. We are making a single-player game which is an immersive cinematic environment. It should be a roller coaster ride from the beginning to end without an area, with no breather. It should be a lot of fun for the player. Blood Rain 2 is coming out for the PlayStation 2, Xbox, and PC. It should be in stores at the end of October.
That's all that matters. Well, we'll push under quarantine as soon as we take St. Côme de Mont. Can't take a breather yet. Grab your gear, soldier.
Roger, Kidnap 6. You're the only station I have contact with.
Sights.
Sights.
3, 2, 1. 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2,
My name is Randy Pitchford, and I'm the president of Gearbox Software. Gearbox is working on a game called Brothers in Arms, which is a authentic military shooter. It's a game set in World War II where the player takes on the role of a character named Sergeant Matt Baker. And Matt Baker is a squad leader, a 3rd Squad, 3rd Platoon in the Fox Company of the 502nd Parachute Infantry Regiment of the 21st Airborne. And these men, unfortunately, were misdropped behind enemy lines, and because of their position, they actually had to take on all of the objectives of the 101st Airborne. This is a true story. It's a real account of what these guys went through. And our objective in telling this story is to make sure that it's the most authentic war game ever made. What's interesting about the game is that it's a bit different than a typical first-person shooter that is about a reaction test. The enemy's shooting at me and my health is gradually going towards 0. And before then I have to shoot the enemy. And we're both kind of standing out in the open. This game is different. It has more decisions to make than just a skill test, a reaction test. It's about tactics. Under my command are 2 fire teams, and these guys work like a real U.S. Army paratrooper squad, and they use the tactics of fire and maneuver. The player must use these tactics of fire and maneuver, and fire and maneuver is about fixing an enemy and laying suppressive fire upon him with one unit, while another unit will flank him and kill him. And General Patton used to call it, you want to hold him by the nose and kick him in the ass, and that's exactly what you get to do in Brothers in Arms, using your fire team. One of the things that we're proud of that was very difficult to achieve was to make an accessible tactical game. I love tactical games, but sometimes they're hard for me to get into because I have to learn a lot of interface choices, and I have to be tested in skills right off the bat in commanding these guys. And so with Brothers in Arms, our goal was to make this really accessible. So we've created a one-button command system, and it's context sensitive. I point to something like the ground, and my order is move there. And I point to an enemy, and my order is attack the enemy. And I point to an object like a fixed weapon, like a machine gun, and my order is use that machine gun. And it's all context sensitive, and it allows me to issue commands with one button, much the way that a real fire team leader would. He wouldn't give individual orders to each of his members. He would give an order to a fire team leader, and that fire team leader would make sure that his team followed those orders. So I'm able to give an order like move to this position, find cover there, and then fire upon the enemy at that position. Of course, they'll also engage on their own, and the game really takes care of the player in that regard, in the sense that we wanted the soldiers in Baker's squad to feel like trained U.S. Army paratroopers. So when they encounter an enemy, they use standard operating procedure, and they engage the enemy. They'll lay alternating fire and cover each other when they're reloading. And when they're close, they'll use every weapon at their disposal, grenades if they can, to suppress and kill the enemy. And it makes for a very believable and compelling and accurate tactical game. One of the things that's very exciting to us is that we are basically living the life of a paratrooper for a short period of time for the combat that he's engaged in, and he and his squad have to deal with. And the game takes place over the 8 days of the Normandy invasion, starting at D-Day and culminating in the Battle of Carentan. And Carentan is kind of like the Death Star of Normandy, the Death Star of the D-Day invasion, and it was probably the most valuable real estate in the entire world when the game, when the history took place and when the game takes place. And the 8 days notion is interesting because we're cutting out the boring stuff. We're not asking you to watch your character sleep, and we're not having you field strip weapons or eat or do some of the other mundane things that these soldiers did during downtime. But for the action part of it, for the combat and the objectives that these soldiers had, it is in real time. And these are the actual objectives and the actual missions that these soldiers were given before they went, and the missions that they had to undertake once they were adapting to the changing situation of the battle. It was pretty scary for us to finally announce this game. One of the things that encouraged us as we went along was the knowledge that we've done our homework. We spent over a year in research going to Normandy, mapping the battlefield, spending time at the National Archives in Washington, D.C., and digging through their crates full of U.S. Army Signal Corps photos and aerial reconnaissance photos and eyewitness accounts and the after-action reports, what their battles were like and how the tough fights were won. We will be playing Brothers in Arms in October of this year, so I'm very excited that we've announced it now. I can't wait to bring the game to E3. I'm going to be showing another historical mission there, and I'm going to be joined by gentleman Colonel John Antal, who has been a military advisor for the game, and we're going to show the game to the people of E3 and talk more about the game and its features, not just these historical single-player missions, but the multiplayer side of the game, which is very exciting to us, and we'll be talking more about that.
This game has not yet been rated.
Damn it! You'd think they knew we were coming. Here they come!
Get to that shed over there! Sniper! Bandits! Sonic Wolf! Sonic, they're everywhere!
I'm Rob Alvey, Senior Producer at Gray Matter Studios, and we've been working on Call of Duty United Offensive. United Offensive is the expansion pack where we basically are building on what the original Call of Duty game did, and we adding additional layers of depth and trying to take it to the next level. We've like the original game, we've got 3 unique campaigns: American, British, and Russian. And what we learned sort of through our research is that there was all kinds of these untold stories of World War II and a lot of exciting things that were going on. And we try to base our storyline around those and try to tell those stories. And you'll find that throughout our campaigns we've got a very cohesive beginning, middle, and end, and even see a few familiar faces come back from the original Call of Duty. The challenge of being able to take a game like Call of Duty up to the next level was, it's fun. I mean, that's the thing. It's if it wasn't challenging, it'd almost be too easy. So we spent a lot of time, in our boardroom, kind of out researching, more World War II stuff, and reading lots of books, watching movies, scouring the internet with just really cool stories, and how we can actually say wow, what can we do to this game to add even more to what the player has already seen. So we're keeping that cinematic, epic, Hollywood blockbuster type of feel, and adding a lot of new player abilities and adding some brand new experiences that the player hasn't seen before in Call of Duty. Now in multiplayer, we've added new modes, we've added new abilities. Definitely we've sort of listened to a lot of what people wanted, and some of our own favorite modes, such as Capture the Flag, we're bringing to the game. Very traditional, very fun. One of our new modes is Domination, which is territorial based. And then, of course, I think the most unique thing to our multiplayer is adding the tank battle, where the players will be able to, on one side, jump into a tank, or also we mix it up with the infantry, and the infantry will be able to grab a bazooka, cook off satchel charges, or hop on flak cannons and blow the tanks away. We definitely wanted to create an experience where the infantry and the vehicles could fight or work together. On the technical side of things, yeah, we've definitely taken a look at what was there and tried to build upon that. The particle system, for example, is new and revamped. So in all the maps you'll see brand new explosions, all the pyrotechnics, the weapon effects, the weather effects. I mean, it really just takes this game and makes it more of a roller coaster type of ride. I mean, it's like you're gonna play through the game and it'll be just nonstop excitement. For example, in our Battle of Kursk map, we actually send the player and the squad out to the battlefield to plant charges on the elephant tanks. This actually happened. The Russians learned of a weakness on the German elephant tanks that, yeah, I mean, you can go, if you can get up and put a satchel charge underneath them, you can blow them away. And this actually, sort of changed after that battle. The Germans actually added machine guns onto the elephant tanks to protect against that weakness. At E3, we'll have the Battle of Kursk map that everyone can play through, and again, that really shows off the new particle system. You'll be able to cook off the grenades. We'll also have our bomber map up and running. So yeah, you'll be able to hop inside the B-17 and feel what it's like to shoot down planes from all the various gun positions there. Call of Duty United Offensive will be out fall 2004.
And so this is the intro sequence.
So this is, you can see Catwoman going across town, being very stealthy, getting to a jewelry store. This is sort of like a teaser. It shows how she gets into the game. It's your first introduction to Catwoman. And what she's actually doing, she's working her way across the rooftops. So you can see her coming over the rooftops. You can see some of her agility come through. And then as she arrives at the jewelry store, she then notices that the burglars are there before her. And obviously she's got to deal with those. She doesn't like competition.
Now, how difficult is it programming a game where you're really trying to pay attention to the subtleties of a character instead of sharp, aggressive moves? I mean, you're dealing with the feline qualities of a character, very subtle. Was that more difficult?
It's more difficult because you actually have to think about all the different possibilities being at the same time. For example, going from a walk into a jump, from a jump into a whip swing. So you have to have all of these different combinations and blends. That's why I would say it's the most complicated game character ever created. And what you see here is she's just spotted one of the burglars. Now he's not very bright, so she can just take him out very simply with one simple move.
Okay.
And she does love making an entrance as well.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's actually brought some friends with him, so she's going to take care of them as well.
Moonlight Sail Boys.
Now, will Catwoman use any weapons, or does she rely on her agile ability?
It's her agility. She also has a whip, which is a formidable weapon. And actually using the whip, she can turn the enemy's weapons against them. She can actually disarm them and use their weapons to actually take them out. She doesn't kill anybody.
Okay.
But she's very effective at beating them up.
Yes, that's all it takes.
I mean, Catwoman is basically, she's a nocturnal predator. Cats are nocturnal. So we really wanted to give it a sort of unique look. So we actually came up with some really cool technology to give us that render quality.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, Catwoman is specifically lit for that.
Oh, nice. Now, will she be able to see in the dark?
Oh, yes. I'll show you some of that in a minute. What you have here is you have Tom Lone arrive at the scene. He's actually, I can't tell you much about the movie plot because I want to spoil the plot.
Right.
But basically, Tom Lone is after Catwoman throughout the movie.
Okay.
And this is like, he's basically after her because he knows she's in a jewelry store. So what I need to do now is, the cops have very helpfully shot out a cabinet for me. Just here. Now Catwoman likes jewelry, so she picks it up wherever she can find it. So the police have arrived now, and now she's got to get out of there.
So tell us about some of the special moves.
She's got some special moves. I'll just nip up here quickly because otherwise I'm going to get shot. This being a live demo.
No, but see, this is where the challenge comes in. You need to tell us about the special moves as you move to the top.
Well, you see, one of the special moves she's just done is an alley cat move, which means she's being very agile. She also has special moves. She's got a taunting move, which means she can actually taunt the enemy. She's also got a lure move, which is can get back the enemy towards her and actually take him out.
Okay.
Or her.
Now, is there any sense of time in the game where night turns to day, day turns to night, and her life changes?
Well, Catwoman is basically, so she's nocturnal, so she always operates at night. So you can see the whip move here. So I can whip the guy. You asked about weapons. When these cops aren't armed, later on in the game you actually meet armed cops. But I can use the cop as a weapon myself. I can flip the cop into the other cop. The actual Catwoman, the character, is very much inspired by Halle Berry's portrayal of Catwoman in the movie. The way she moves, and also the way she behaves, which is quite cheeky. We've tried to get into the game as well.
Now, what was it like during her voiceover sessions? How was she to work with?
She was a pleasure to work with, actually. Very, very professional. Really likes the game.
Yeah, and she's played it?
Yeah, she's had a look at it. She really likes the way she moves in the game, she said.
Oh, okay. Great.
As you can see, she's now made good her escape. And she's pretty much out of there.
Great.
Wie lautet der Befehl? Wir werden angegriffen.
Die haben mich getroffen! Oh Gott, ich wurde getroffen! Unter Beschuss! Unter Beschuss! Feind in Sicht! In Deckung! Man schießt auf uns! Die haben mich getroffen!
Wie lautet die Aufgabe, Kommandant?
Unter Beschuss!
Wie lautet die Aufgabe, Kommandant?
Man schießt auf uns!
Let's move!
Давай, шевелись!
Let's move! Go!
Я ранен, господи, ранен!
На нас напали!
Three billion squirrels' lives ended one night in the year 2001. The survivors lived only to face a new nightmare. It wasn't a war against the machines. It was a war against the Teddies. Resistance needed a hero. What they got was a fearless, courageous, unrelenting warrior.
I'm back. Eat way, mother buzzer. See that? Go explode.
Come on, you motherfuckers!
Conquer, live and reloaded.
Hey, Daddy.
You have to help me, Crash. You heard them. They want to destroy our island home, humiliate and enslave you, and steal my brain. How I envy the simple life of the tribesfolk. What have I got? What have I got? What have I got? Living in harmony with Mother Nature, the noble boar, the humble bumblebee.
You were Jericho Cross, half vampire and agent of the Dark Watch. This is the story of how you ended up in this graveyard with a stake through your heart.
Oh, you're hurt. Good. Which hurts more, I wonder? The stake in your heart, or how it got there?
This is blood vision, one of your vampire powers, allowing you to see the undead clearly. The undead are always hungry. And here are two more unfortunate victims. This is Hangtown. The church up ahead is where the last of the living are holed out. It's my job as a Darkwatch agent to rescue them. Here's another of my abilities, the vampire jump.
I'd rather burn. Just leave me in here.
Sounds like somebody needs my help.
Thanks, mister. I won't forget this.
Let's see if he keeps his promise. These guys are Darkwatch agents, my allies in the fight against evil. Not a good time to reload. But at least I can absorb the energy of their blood clouds. We're getting closer to the church now, and it looks like here's another unfortunate victim of the undead. In Darkwatch it always pays to make sure that everything's dead. Unfortunately, I don't think this guy's going to make it. But at least I can use the shotgun that he left behind. So we finally make it to the church. Hopefully at least someone survived. This does not look good. Girl's screaming, maybe I can get there and help her. Looks like that was the last of them. But it's gone awfully quiet. It looks like I was too late to save her. Now you understand how Jericho ended up in that graveyard, a stake through his heart. Betrayed by the very people he was trying to rescue. But at least there's this guy, the guy who owes us a favor.
shoot! I seen what they done, but they don't know what they was doing, Mr. Cross. You ain't gonna kill them, are ya? Are ya?
My name is Mike Morishita. I'm the lead designer on Dead to Rights 2. We started roughly about a year ago. We're now basically started with the core team of Dead to Rights 1, the first one. We're pretty much ready to ship for Q4 in fall. This time around we're using an all-new engine. We're featuring 13 different disarms. Disarms seem to be one of the favorite mechanisms in the first time around, so we're actually bringing that up and bringing up the violent factor. We're really embracing the M this time around and upping the blood amounts, putting them in gallons rather than just quarts and pints. So you see a lot more blood, a lot more meat elements, a lot more heads exploding, a lot more explosions, and an all-new engine, which allows us to work with a better frame rate, better performance, a lot more polys to play with too. It will be used in a new way. For those that do remember the first Dead to Rights, Shadow pretty much came from off-screen. He was more of a secondary or third, not really the primary weapon, but he was just a second option, and he would appear off-screen. This time around, we're going to try to keep him on screen at all times. He will be used as a secondary weapon, but you will be able to literally see him pathfind to the location, disarm the enemy, and bring the weapon back. Jack this time around, well, he'll have the dive, he'll have the disarms, but all this will be available to him at all times. We're actually improving the hand-to-hand and fighting, melee fighting mechanisms to really kind of accentuate that Hong Kong action feel to the point where a lot of the more realistic, more exciting slow-mo elements that you see in Hong Kong action films and a lot of the bone cracking and a lot of the martial arts moves that are exposed in there will be elevated to make it a lot more realistic this time around, a lot more fun to basically play with. I guess the hope for all of us is to pretty much, bring back those that are familiar with Dead to Rights 1. We want them to come back to it as if, they're coming back to this new game, but to them to really see the night and day differences that we have this time around, both visually and gameplay-wise. We're going to have a lot more elements, like we're going to have different modes of gameplay, one being the arcade mode. That is basically bringing back the old school flavor of Smash TV and games of that nature that kind of were arena-based, but the fun of that was to, up the body count, which is what Dead to Rights 1 was all about, which we're going to enforce this time around. But we're going to actually, allow players to really explore the levels a lot more this time around. Make sure that they use cover in places that they can, and if they do use cover, those cover will only last them for so long because we're going to have destructible environments, and the environments themselves will be a lot more interactive. Dead to Rights 2 will be shipping this fall on both the PS2 and Xbox.
But if the time comes, we'll be counting on you, Sweeper.
They have abducted one of our own. Now, you must face off against a hostile race. Use your weapons. Use your mind against the most feared enemy in the galaxy. Mankind. Avoid detection. Gather intelligence. Destroy anything in your path. But most of all, destroy all humans. Destroy all humans. One giant step on mankind.
Today we're here to talk about Destroy All Humans, a new intellectual property that we're going to be rolling out at E3 with THQ. Destroy All Humans is a twist on gamers' conventional expectation. Normally, you assume that you're going to play the human defending Earth against alien invasions. In this case, what we've done is we've turned it around and you get to play the alien coming to invade and take over Earth. We wanted to create a really cohesive and unique look, and we've drawn on the horror and science fiction movies of the 1950s, but updated them with modern twists to create something that's timeless and cool. You play as a character whose name is Cryptosporidium 137. He is a member of the Furon race. The Furons have achieved near immortality through the use of cloning, but their DNA has gotten tired, and now the race is in jeopardy of becoming extinct because of their tired DNA. So you are a scout, one of the few remaining scouts of this race that must go and reclaim DNA from a colony on Earth. And as this Cryptosporidium 137, which means that you're the 137th clone of the Crypto character, you're kind of a loose cannon. You're a little bit out of control, and your tendencies may push you in a way that may not be so good for the longevity of your, or immortality of your race. So you have a commander whose name is Orthopox 15, much younger clone and wiser gentleman who will help to coach you through the game and or coach you through your quest to save the Furon race. Destroy All Humans really focuses around two very distinct gameplay modes, and these gameplay modes are set in a wide open simulated environment. So it's a living, breathing city with 1950s-ish Americans wandering around. You enter, you've got your flying saucer, you can land it where you want, you can get out and run around on foot. And the gameplay is a mixture of what we call destruction and abduction, where you'll run around, abduct people, learn about the human race, and set them up for the big fall, where you'll go in and you'll get back into the saucer and just unleash massive mayhem and cause fear and panic throughout the city. When you're on foot, we break your abilities into two categories. You've got great weaponry, kind of traditional, what you expect in games. You can vaporize people and electrocute them and shock them. Of course, you've got the alien worm weapon that will explode heads. But then you have the more innovative special abilities, the mental abilities of the Furon race. And those range from reading people's minds to hypnotizing them and having them do special jobs for you. You can tell someone to go over there, do a stupid dance. They'll distract a crowd of people and they'll wander off, allowing you to go on about your business. You also have the ability to assume people's identities, and you can become what appears to be a human, and you can walk through the environment undetected. Of course, there are more enlightened humans. For example, G-men and the guys with the tinfoil hats, well, they've really got it right. They can see through any disguise that you've got, and of course, dogs will always bark at an alien no matter what they do. Well, at E3, we'll be showing 3 little snippets of worlds. We'll show you what aliens do in farm country, in a rural area, and then we'll take you into a city, and you'll get to have fun in all the different environments. The game digs into a lot of alien mythology and conspiracy theory. You'll do a lot of things in the world, and you'll get the stupid humans will actually try and cover it up for you. So you can level an environment, and they'll say a tornado landed on this environment and cover it up for you. We also explore a lot of the different things. What are aliens' fascination with cows? Why do they create crop circles? And of course, you can't do an alien game without really exploring why aliens have to probe everything. The game will be coming out in the early parts of 2005, and it's for the PS2 and Xbox.
Human can get boring. Why not take a break? Be a dog. Ever wondered what it's like to be man's best friend? No school, no chores, no manners. Get inside the mind of Jake and take control of a new canine superstar. in the hilarious, tail-wagging, trail-sniffing, leg-lifting adventure of a lifetime, Dog's Life.
Hi, I'm Jake.
Be Jake, the coolest pooch in the pack, as you travel across the USA in search of a missing friend and a mysterious dog napper with a fiendish plan.
Less talk, more action.
Do anything a dog can do.
Look out, dog poo. Yes, sniff my butt. This dog is bad.
Take control of your favorite breeds.
Wow, I feel like an action hero in a console game.
And test your canine skills on a kennel load of mini-games. Run, dig, swim, beg, chase, herd, fetch, mark territory, even foul the streets.
At last, a peeing game.
Featuring acres of free-roaming gameplay.
I feel the need to feed. Dog catcher!
And the revolutionary smell-o-vision tracking system that lets you see the world just like a dog, in smells.
Ah, essence of dead rat. Move over, Rover, and let Jake take over.
Dog's Life.
Beat you guys again.
Yeah. Okay, let's work on that new plug it in.
2, 3, 4.
My name is Todd Hollinshead. I'm the CEO at id Software. Doom 3 for the Xbox really is a very faithful representation of all the cool stuff that we've been talking about, including and have included on the PC version from the start. Well, there are some changes that we did have to make to the PC, to what we're doing on the PC for the Xbox, but we really didn't take a finished Doom 3 on the PC and then port it over to the Xbox. The Xbox version, again, is being developed contemporaneously with the PC version, so it was really designed from the ground up from when Vicarious Vision started it as a console experience. The story, the narrative is the same between the PC and the Xbox. The levels are very similar, although because effectively the memory footprint being 64 megs on the Xbox is some of the levels may be a little bit different than what they are on the PC. So if we had a big expansive PC level, that might have to be changed into 2 levels, for example, on the Xbox. But the narrative start to finish is the same. From a feature standpoint, the visuals are full on, and we really do believe it's the best looking console game that anybody's had an opportunity to play. Of course, we have some additional features as well. We do have multiplayer on both versions of the game. But on the Xbox, in addition to deathmatch, team deathmatch, last man standing, of course, support over Xbox Live and System Link is the ability to play cooperatively over both Xbox Live and System Link, which is exclusive to the Xbox. Part of the Xbox game that we're going to be showing at E3 is what we call the Alpha Labs. It takes place fairly early on within the game, so you'll have some lower order demons such as the Imp and the Maggots, a lot of zombies, some zombied security guards who are tougher than the zombies, but not quite as fearsome as the higher order demons. At that point in the game, you of course are aware that hell has literally taken over the Union Aerospace Corporation's research facility on Mars, and your mission at that point is to basically send a message back for help. And the fleet is somewhere between Earth and Mars, and you're trying to track down a method to communicate to the fleet. You're getting orders from your commanding officer, who's a character called Sarge. He set up a temporary headquarters somewhere else on the UAC base. So you get radio messages from Sarge basically telling you, hey, we got to get this message out because our Marine Force on Mars that's supposed to be protecting the security of the facility is combat ineffective, and we need help. At E3, in terms of your arsenal that will be at your disposal, you'll have fists. There's the flashlight, which not only shines light real time on dark areas in the game, but also can be used as a weapon to whack bad guys over the head. You have a pistol, a shotgun, a machine gun, chain gun, and then also a grenade. For the video files and audio files out there, the Xbox version of Doom 3 will have high definition support and also take full advantage of Xbox's built-in support for Dolby Digital 6-channel surround sound. Of course, a popular question that we get asked quite often is when are we going to be able to play it? And believe me, we want everybody to be able to play it just as soon as possible because we've been working very hard to try to get the game done for a long time. But we're going to continue to work on the game until we are ready, that we feel it's ready to be played, that it's polished, and is an experience that lives up to expectations. And so it'll be done when it's done.
To Phillips. Cassell made the nab back there and records his first steal.
The D was all over him that time, Fitz. Great anticipation.
To Hassel. Garnett gets vertical. Brings the first bucket of the game.
You can't shy away from the spotlight when you're a star, Fitz.
Kidd is at the controls. To Jefferson. Jefferson gets aggressive. Knocked off course. Stojakovic made the nab back there and records his first steal. And the Nets take it up court and are back 4-0. To Kittles. Kidd had his pass go out of bounds, and they'll give the ball up. The Kings are at the controls. Bibby crosses over. Bibby takes a wide open shot. It falls.
That's going to happen every time if the defense doesn't make sure everyone is guarded out there.
And here they come the other way. The Hawks score, and that's 10 unanswered. With the ball. Fast break. Huffman with the ball up top. It's loose. Swipes the ball. They've got a fast break.
Here with me is Mr. Peter O'Keefe. Peter, our game features one of the premier quarterbacks in the league today.
Sure enough, Dan. His exceptional speed gives him the mobility to avoid pass rushers and run for yardage when the situation calls for it.
I choose tails.
Tails.
We'll receive.
Hold on. This is going to be one.
Man really rifles this pass, and the ball's caught at 26. Hunted down at the 15. First down.
Terrell Owens was wide open on that play, man. Makes you wonder what the D was doing.
A beautiful pickup, Peter. Everyone on the offense is happy about that play.
Definitely great call.
Jim Fossil is not happy with that call, and he's going to challenge it. This is their first challenge of the game, and even if they lose this one, they still have one challenge left.
Keep an eye. Watch the sidelines. Right there. He looks out to me. I think they'll overturn this one.
After review, the player stepped out of bounds. The ball will be spotted at the 24-yard line. New York Giants will not be charged. Timeout. First down.
He likes the call, and you sort of have a feeling that he knew it all along.
Hey, when push comes to shove, look for this guy. He is a physical player. It doesn't matter what your name is, how big you are, what style you possess, he is going to play his game. And it is rough, tough, physical. Blake is one of the most feared hitters in hockey. I mean, it's like he reinvented the hip check. In an open ice, you better keep your head up.
Here we go with the first drop of the puck, opening period.
Who wants to see a hockey game? Then you better make some
Pass the
noise.
ruler.
Let's go.
Hangate grabs the puck in the neutral zone. Has it in the slot. He guns it. Hayduk gets his stick on the loose punt. He centers it. Over to Tangen from Hayduk. Rafji is knocked off the puck after getting shoulder checked by Tangen.
Dang kids. Watch it. You'll scare my ducks. When I was a youngster, I never acted like that.
Presente, considerable. Corner.
Within each of us, there are two sides. choose. This fall, prepare to take the journey of a lifetime. Fable. For every choice, a consequence.
Hero, you haven't saved recently. Be careful when the flourish icon shows.
Well, sometimes at this stage of the season, the manager takes the players away for a sunshine break, but not in the case of these two clubs. They've decided to stay at home. They've got a break from the league action, but they're going to play a friendly match. Now, I don't quite know what you make of that, Ali McCoy. Is there sort of a built-in bonus here?
Well, I would think so, John. A lot of players and indeed a lot of fans and spectators aren't happy with friendly games. But I look at it sometimes from the coach's point of view. They're vital. You know, you can try different things, try different formations, but the most important thing from the spectator's point of view is they're entertained. And I don't see any reason why these fans today will not be entertained when you just look at the talent on show on that park.
Absolutely. Let's hope the talent gets a chance to express itself. Here's the referee. Well, I wonder what first half we've got in store here. Gonzalez. Going on a run down the wing. Gonzalez. Opportunity perhaps. Oh, I thought he was getting ready for an overhead kick there.
Let's hope they do test the keeper today, John.
Goal kick taken then. Oh, didn't he want that? Oh, and a foul given for the sliding tackle. Poorly timed. Well, so far no score here between two evenly matched teams. Blanco.
And that's him making the tackle now.
Dead right. Weiler. Weiler. And try and attack down the other side. Can he get the cross in here? Saves the header. He'll be very pleased with that.
Well, this keeper looks enormous between the sticks, John. There's no wonder he hasn't been beaten yet.
Made it his ball. Good forward pass from the defender. Nicely taken. Lopez. Can he get the final ball in and the final shot? Oh, real chance. And cleared out of the box. Oh, little ball played in. Oh no, he mistimed that tackle. Surely this is it. Picked it up in the box. Oviedo. Yes, nice ball. Did well to win it there. Good work. That scuppered their attack. Good idea, but the long ball ends up with a defender. Gonzalez. Just onside, I think, Ali, was he?
Just onside. Good refereeing.
It was a good enough build-up here, but it didn't have the finish.
Well, I'm afraid that's his second miss. His confidence is taking a battering already.
Back out by the keeper.
On the head, son.
And we're still without a goal here.
rescuing me. Out there, I had somewhere to run.
Pleasure meeting you, too. The name's Rannick.
I'm coming!
Performance, pure power, pure control. Can you handle reality? You buy it, then you rebuild it. You tune it, then you tune it more. Drive it, then you drive it harder, until it's no longer a machine. It's you. Forza Motorsport. You are what you race.
I'm Scott Lee. I'm a product manager for racing games at Xbox on first-party games. So today we're looking at Forza Motorsport. It's our new driving simulation for Xbox that's going to give you the power to transform the performance and look of every car. Forza Motorsport is really our first realistic driving simulation on Xbox that we've produced at Microsoft Game Studios. We've had great success with classics like PGR 2 or Project Gotham Racing 2, Rally Sport Challenge 2, which is an introduction to the rally genre. And we have so much passion and around cars, around realistic driving, that we wanted to put together a great team and put together an awesome driving simulation for Xbox. And so Forza Motorsport is that driving simulation. It's going to give players the power to really own cars and make the car theirs through our customization features and experience what each car really does drive like with our realistic simulation engine. You'll be able to do everything, for example, with a particular class of cars like import tuners. You'll be able to take a Hyundai Tiburon or a Honda Civic Type R and add body kits, spoilers, lighting schemes, custom liveries. You'll be able to take your own paint, mix your own paint into a million possible schemes. You'll be able to add your own decals and liveries and put them wherever you want with our powerful livery editor. And that's all the stuff that happens externally outside the car. Under the hood, you'll be able to do everything from, engine swaps and being able to add bolt-on superchargers to tuning the engine outright for the race. You'll be able to see everything like the Nürburgring Nordschleife track from Germany, which is a 13-mile circuit. Thanks to the capabilities of the hard drive and the Xbox, we'll be able to stream that in very high detail and great sense of speed. Look, you'll see Laguna Seca, you'll see Road America, realistic tracks like that. You'll also see fictitious tracks that we've created that actually look real to transform and put you in this kind of fantasy of realistic driving through roads, through country, and then also in cities. At E3 you'll be able to see, for example, Rio de Janeiro and what it's like to race in front of a huge crowd on a Grand Prix circuit in the car of your dreams. All the tracks in the game have layers, 3 different layers of textures in the track. And for example, every square foot of the tracks that we render is a unique texture. So when I, for example, start the race and burn rubber, that rubber stays on the track. And as I do lap after lap, that stuff stays there. If I crash into a wall, the damage to my car is realistic and it affects handling and performance, but it also leaves a mark on the wall or on my car. And the single player experience, you'll be able to go and specialize in various different types of racing if you want to, or if you want to go linearly, you can. It's more of an open-ended architecture, a way for you to go and really suck the marrow out, if you will, of different types of motorsport if you want. And also earn money as you're doing it so that you can upgrade and build the kind of cars that you need or tune out the kind of cars that you need. So in multiplayer, the part that I'll give up now is, obviously you'll be able to race. We'll have 8-player support for multiplayer. We're doing some innovative things beyond the scope of what we've done historically. Yes, we'll have leaderboards, hundreds of them. We'll have ghosting, we'll have downloadable content, but we're also going to add a few twists and some surprises to help the community, build the community aspect of cars. As you know, car collecting and car passion is all about being able to do your work in the garage, but then go out and show it to people in the world. And so you'll be able to do things around that. They're going to make owning cars and collecting cars even more fun than ever before. So at E3, you can come down and check it out Wednesday. We're actually going to have a setup where we have different camera angles outputting to 5 different screens. And what you do is you link 5 Xboxes together running the game through the Ethernet cables, and we're actually going to create what we call the throne. It's the throne cockpit. And you'll be able to go in and on big multi-monitor display, you'll be able to have the experience of driving in one of these cars. For example, an Enzo Ferrari or a Porsche Carrera, driving around the track with a full panoramic view of the track, rear view mirror, and then a nice TV presentation for the fans to see. So come on out and check that out and perform. Forza Motorsport is expected to ship this holiday, so get your racing gear and look forward to it on the shelves this holiday.
Welcome to City 17. Instinct would inflict a fatal injury on our species.
Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman. Rise and shine. Not that I wish to imply you have been sleeping on the job. No one is more deserving of a rest, and all the effort in the world would have gone to waste until, well, let's just say your hour has come here. So wake up, Mr. Freeman. Wake up and smell the ashes.
End of the line.
Welcome to City 17. You have chosen or been chosen to relocate to one of our finest remaining urban centers. I thought so much of City 17 that I elected to establish my administration here in the citadel so thoughtfully provided by our benefactors. I've been proud to call City 17 my home.
It's all I have left.
So, whether you are here to stay,
All right, I'm moving.
passing through on your
You
way
the only ones on that train?
welcome to City 17. It's safer here.
Don't drink the water. They put something in it to make you forget. I don't even remember how I got here.
In the citadel so thoughtfully provided by our benefactors, I've been proud to call City 17 my home. So, whether you are here to stay, passing through your way to Barcelona, Welcome to City 17. It's safer here.
This must be a mistake. Got a standard relocation who work just like everybody else. I would have been hitting quick load right about now. Cheers.
And so we meet at last. You are to be commended for avoiding my traps. The work of a man who once had too much time on his hands and now finds time for nothing but the work of salvation. I suspect you have little wish to remain in Ravenholm, so I will show you to the mines. Follow me, brother, and tread lightly, for this is hallowed ground.
Father Gregory is a rather odd fellow who has a thing for zombies. And in Half-Life 2, there are a bunch of different zombies that have started to appear.
Time to explore it without pressure all the time. So we do the same thing in Half-Life 2, so you can get acquainted with the world you're in.
Was that you knocking? I didn't even know we still had a door. Oh, I thought you were a cop. This is how it always starts. First the building, then the whole block. They have no reason to come to our place. Don't worry, they'll find one.
I can't take it anymore.
Everything's gonna be okay.
What are we going to do?
We'll think of something.
Attention residents. Discount detected in your block. Cooperation with the civil protection team. Cost for ration reward.
Hey, you! In here!
Freeman. Let me get a look at you, man. My God, you haven't changed one iota. How do you do it? Now, let's see. The last time I saw you, I sent you up for help after the resonance cascade. I never thought it would take you this long to get back to me. Welcome to the lab, anyway. It's not Black Mesa, but it served us well enough.
It's going to be a lot more like Black Mesa with Gordon here.
Right you are. MIT graduates are few and far between these days. We'll get you out of that hazard suit and back into your lab coat where you belong.
Let me just finish up some work and I'll see what I can dig up. Dr. Freeman, it's been a real honor. I'm looking forward to working together.
This is Ravenholm. This is one of the towns you'll go through. It's a different genre. It's like a horror genre you find yourself in the middle of. And when you go through it, you're going to have to use everything that you encounter in the world to get through alive. See where this is going.
That's all for now. The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. I will see you up ahead.
Somebody else for her.
first we started you off just after the very beginning of the game. And you're on a train ride on your way into City 17. And what we were trying to do was sort of be a little bit reminiscent of the first game by starting you off on the train ride and sort of using that same venue or delivery mechanism for introducing the player into, the context and the story and sort of what's beginning the process of filling the player in on what's happened since the days of Black Mesa and what's going to be in store for the player here in City 17 and the areas that surround City 17. Dr. Breen is the guy who appears on screen when you arrive at City 17, and he's sort of, was alluded to in the first game as the administrator. And so, again, we're sort of revealing a little bit more as to what's behind sort of the human faction that is battling with the alien faction. Obviously, Breen plays a role in that. Then later on, we moved you about halfway through the game to a point where the buggy that was shown last year during E3 is featured throughout a series of levels in one of the chapters of the game, and sort of introduced or gave you a chance to really sort of dig into some of the physics in the gameplay with the things like the roller mines and using the gravity gun to pick up the barrels and drop them on the Combine soldiers' heads and those types of things. And the gravity gun specifically was something that was designed to expose the physics to the player. Well, I think at the beginning of the game, both those who played Half-Life 1 as well as those who are new to the game are going to start off a little bit disoriented because you're not really sure what's happened since Black Mesa or really even how long it's been. And obviously there's a little bit of this oppressive sort of mood going on where your fellow scientists and the people that are just civilians are a little bit sort of, being kept down by the man, so to speak. And so you're sort of moving through that and trying to figure out exactly how these pieces fit into place. And then immediately after that, these Combine soldiers, who seem very human, are sort of seen interacting with some sort of non-human characters such as the Strider and the Scanners. So you're sort of a little bit disoriented as to, okay, how did these guys hook up with these aliens and what's going on here? And that's sort of intentionally done to allow folks to sort of, come into this bit of the story independent of whether or not they played the first game. Right now, we just passed a few weeks ago the alpha milestone for the game, and we're now able to play the game from beginning to end, and we're bringing in play testers as well as playing through it a lot ourselves, and really we're at the iterative stage where we're just being able to go back and polish and fine-tune the things and turn up the volume on the things that are working and that the play testers are responding to, and turn down the volume on things where maybe it's a little too hard or we got too much of a stretch of exploration and those types of things, and going back and doing final art passes. Last year at E3, we spent a fair amount of time during the demo demonstrating the Source engine and sort of showing off the features of the rendering, the physics, and the character technology and how we came up with those and why we thought those were important. This year we're really going to concentrate on taking the players deeper into the action of the game and showing them more of the worlds and telling a little bit more of the story, although we're really going to try and keep a lid on the story so that it's fresh and that the player is experiencing that and discovering that for themselves when they get their hands on the game for themselves. Right now, we're targeting the summer for completion. We feel really good about that date. Valve is pretty good at doing, good storytelling and providing, good support for mod guys and delivering some good games. One of the things we're not so great at necessarily is predicting our dates. Last year with the September 30th date, we were a little too aggressive. And before that date came upon us, we sort of said, okay, we're going to be late. And then immediately after that, the unthinkable happened, and our source code was stolen. So that was a huge morale hit for the team, and it really affected our schedule as well in a way that we just weren't able to assess. That had never happened to us before. It had never happened to our friends before. So we had to go through that and figure out what it was going to mean to us and to our schedule before we can communicate that to anybody else. Well, we're definitely going to ship multiplayer modes in Half-Life 2 when the game comes out, and we're going to support the ability for the mod authors to build, multiplayer mods. The specific multiplayer modes, however, are something that we're going to save for announcement just prior to when the game comes out. Well, we've already worked with Softimage to release XSI, which is the modeling tool that we're using. We're getting ready to release the Face Poser tool, which is what we use to create the facial animations that you see in Alex and the G-Man and what have you. So that'll be released here in the coming weeks. As we get closer to release of the game, we'll start releasing more of the code. And just as we did in the last go-round with Half-Life 1, we'll continue to update the SDK post-ship with new technologies that we release, as well as other things that are a little bit easier for us to release after the game goes out. As far as competitive landscape goes, we're really of the mind that, if we're being put up there as competing with Doom 3 or some of the other games, our outlook on that is Doom 3 better be good. Because if Doom 3 isn't any good and people decide to play that game first, they're going to be less likely to go out and buy another FPS. They're probably going to go try an RTS or an RPG instead. So we really sort of have this inverse philosophy that if we're being compared to somebody or in a competition with somebody, we're sort of like saying, don't let us down, because we're trying to grow this market together. I don't think that the FPS market or the games market in general is at a point where we can say it's either or. I think gamers want good experiences, and if they get a good Doom, they're going to want to play Half-Life, and if they get a good Half-Life, they're going to want to play Doom. And we saw that with Duke 3D and Quake 1 back in the day in '96. I can remember when those two came out, and they came out almost on top of each other, and I very much think they contributed to each other's success because they were both great games. My hope is that, that they see that we've been hard at work trying to complete the game, and that they get a sense for the game being near completion and that they still want to play it. The wait is almost over, I promise you.
The handful of Marines who survived the Covenant assault called this place Hell on Earth. We call it Zanzibar. Now, the story might have been different if we had more of these on the ground. Spartan cybernetic soldiers equipped with Mjolnir Mark VI battle armor. Each suit is highly customizable, from color schemes to emblems. Spartans are free to prep their armor as they see fit. But like I said, when the Covenant hit, they hit hard. Low-level infantry backed up by plenty of these, elites, the iron heart of the Covenant military. A single elite can decimate a squad of Marines. It remains to be seen how an equal number of Spartans will fare. So, since we're actually going to be playing Zanzibar at the show, I thought I'd give you a brief tutorial about the latest battlefield tactics and technology. This is an actual network game. I'm a Spartan, and Max, our multiplayer lead, is an elite. Hey, say hi, Max. Some things just go across cultures. Max is carrying our most brutal close-range weapon, the Covenant Energy Sword. If you see an opponent with one of these, you'd better take him down quick. And one of the best ways to do that is dual wielding. Just walk over a weapon you want to dual wield and press Y. The right trigger fires my needler, my SMG, and the left fires my needler, which actually in Halo 2 is worth picking up. Bam! I'll just save this for later. We've reworked all our vehicles in Halo 2. Like this Ghost, for example. It's all pimped out with the ground effects. But hey, the coolest feature is under the hood. And that's called boosting. Just hold down the left trigger. It quickly doubles your speed, and it's a great way to get out of a bad situation or just mow down an enemy. But be careful. If you let an enemy get too close, take it! To board a vehicle, just approach a stopped or slowly moving one. From the back or front, press X. This is so fun, we do this all day. Here, Max, I'll make it easy for you. Ow. All the vehicles in Halo 2 are destructible. So watch as I go to work with the battle rifle, which, so you know, unzoomed fires 3-shot bursts, and zoomed it fires single shots. Now you gotta watch out for the secondary explosion. Max is a professional. Oh, sorry about that, Max. The Warthog has gotten an upgrade too, and it's also destructible. Hubcap. And this Warthog has a rocket launcher. With unlimited ammo, of course. So let's even the odds. Just pick this up. In Halo 2, vehicle damage isn't just cosmetic. The more messed up your vehicle is, the harder it is to drive. Yeah, I hear ya. Our infantry rocket launcher has a deadly new feature. It's called target tracking. Just zoom in, paint the target with your reticle. Whoa. And let one fly. I think I killed Max, so we're gonna try that again. Come on, Warthog. Here, Max, how about this one? Again, we do this all day. All right, target tracking, here we go. Zoom in, get a good lock. Give me your best shot. All right, now bring it, you alien bastard. Woo! And wouldn't you know it, I'm out of rockets for the most important thing. I promised Robbie we wouldn't just blow up Warthogs, but take it! There we go. You like that? But be careful. People usually get pretty pissed when you bust up their ride. Luckily, I've got the ultimate anti-son-of-a-bitch stick right here. So melee attack by pressing B, or line up your target for a powerful lunge attack.
Killing spree.
Wow, a really powerful lunge attack. The game we'll be playing at the show is single flag CTF. Spartans, this is a hard insertion, tactical drop. Go up and over the seawall or jump in a vehicle and head through the gap. Elites, you have the strong point. It's primitive, human, but defend it at all costs. This power substation has lots of entrances. Some of them are more defensible than others. Elites, if you let the Spartans into your base and they open the main gate, there'll be nothing from stopping them from driving their vehicles directly into your base. If the Spartans manage to capture your flag, stop them any way you can. But keep your eyes peeled. Like our vehicles, Zanzibar has weak points. A good midfield defense is key. Elites, snipe the Spartans on their way in, but watch out for counter-sniping. Every great battlefield has history, secrets, and Zanzibar is no exception.
Life is to make it. No steps, not to face. The stage is run away. Not step on stage can become something else above the crowd. It's my time, it's my turn. I'm gonna bring the house down. It's not your heart, they're all the same. It's not your thoughts that push away. You never will with your making. It's not your heart, they're all the same. It's not your thoughts that push away. You never will with your making.
Trained from birth. An emperor who became a tyrant. An exile who led a revolution. On a quest for vengeance. Introducing an action role-playing game of mythical proportions. Jade Empire.
Legendary fist. Long sword. Focus. Legendary fist. Focus.
These outlaws lack resolve. Look how easily they gave up their lives. Such a waste. You have even recovered Minister Sheng's weapon. Is it as impressive as he claimed it to be? While the Minister may not share your dedication to the safety of the roads, but he will appreciate the outcome regardless. He will arrive soon with reinforcements. I'm not sure why. These bandits pose no real threat.
Demon Form. Double axes. Dire Flame.
order of the Grand Council of Haven City, for heinous acts and crimes against the people, you are hereby banished to the wasteland for life.
Over here! Jump!
That was one hell of an attack wave. We can't continue to repel such large assaults forever. That floating war factory has got to be shut down. The problem is, the factory is shielded and has gate codes on every access point. Most old KG door ciphers were kept hidden in the main system at the power room. If you can break into the system, you may be able to unlock the war factory doors to get inside.
Onan says the eco-grid in the power room could help you.
You mean this shithole?
That's where they all hang out. Our information tells us that there's 14 of them.
And they're all fun.
Keep one alive so we can ask the prize.
More than 14. Those bastards are breathing.
They were all...
Ask what the boss is. Lord smile.
And the devil have mercy.
Put your arms down.
Good night, child.
A new generation of children bring order to this age.
Kids scream. You always seem to win. Because you're a bad player.
Our interest is not the world will keep getting smaller. There's always time for fun.
There are people who have been dying to see you. Now, close your eyes.
Killer 7.
Hut! 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 Run! Hut! Nice birdie! Yeah! Nice birdie!
Sounds bad.
They're charging! Frank!
You're good as new!
Let's go!
Here's one! Hey, Jimmy!
Yeah!
Get him now!
That guy! Watch it, they're fighting!
Sigma. I really can't say how many times this makes it, but rest assured, he isn't coming back.
trouble. See if you can help him out.
これがアメリカ政府によるものではないという証拠がいるのです。失敗すれば再び世界大戦が始まります。
俺たちは伝えなければならない。俺たちの愚かで切ない歴史を。それらを伝えるためにデジタルという魔法がある。未来を作ることと過去を語り伝えることは同じなんだ。こちらスレイク。待たせたな。今回のミッションはスニーキングミッションだ。それが隠密部隊コックスの特殊任務だ。ホワイトハウスにある人物から連絡がフルシチョフからジョンソン大統領へのホットライン。スネーク、どうやらそこはキューバよりもホットらしい。これが記録に残る世界初のヘイロー効果になる。気になってくる。ソ連のある科学者が西側への亡命をし、なぜ亡命を？自分が設計開発したものが恐ろしくなったらしい。で、その兵器とは特殊な核兵器の一種らしい。君の任務はソ連国内の産地ゼルノヤルスクに進出せにソボロフの安全を確保、西側へ奪還する。 いいかスネーク、君が失敗すればそれは全面核戦争の始まりを意味する。分かった。それではスネークイーター作戦を開始する。
動くな。貴様、スペツナズの山猫部隊。ソコロフは渡さん。さっさと立ち去れ。
山猫は獲物を逃す。
なんだと。
グルーのためとはいえ、同志を撃つのは気持ちがいいものではないな。
単独作戦行動が可能な核搭載戦車。
あれが完成しその手にこの冷戦は終わる。そして始まるだろう本当の恐怖の時代が。
世界大戦か。
画期的な移動核ミサイルシステム。この技術は歩兵と兵器をつなぐ歯車になる。まさに金属の歯車。
メタルギア。
どんな命令にも従う。それが軍人よ。
正直疲れた。科学者はいつも利用される。
やっと会えましたね、伝説のボス。
これは戦争だ。冷戦という名の超高合戦だ。
私は任務のためなら人を好きになれる。あなたのこと
何を見た。何を知れば運命を変える。
宇宙を見た。
アメリカで生まれ育ったが
人も国も環境で変わる。時代で変わる。
どうして亡命を。
私は亡命を考えたことなど一度もない。この国が好きだ。この土地を愛してよ。
ようこそ我が国我が本体。
専門家によると世界最古のスパイは聖書に出てきたヘビらしいわ。いい？兵士はいつも同じ側とは限らない。戦闘相手は政治によって決まる。軍人は政治の道具に過ぎない。
俺は成果を上げるために持てる力を使う。政治的なものは意識しない。
東洋では忠を尽くすという言葉がある。
主君への愛国心。
国への献身。
俺も大統領や軍のトップに従う。そのために死ねる覚悟だ。
任務は人が下しているものじゃない。
では誰が。
時代よ。時の流れは人の価値観を変える。国の指導者も変わる。だから絶対的なんてものはない。私たちは時代の中で絶えず変化する相対的と戦っている。昨日の正義は今日の悪かもしれない。忠を尽くしている限り私たちに信じていいものはない。たとえそれが愛した相手でも。ただ一つ絶対に信じられるのは任務だけよ。こっちに来て分かったことがある。今まで伝えられてきたことの半分は根も葉もない嘘で、残りの半分は利用するために作られた嘘。
そもそもお前はオートマティックに向いていない。リコイルの衝撃を肘を曲げて吸収する癖がある。どちらかというとリボルバー向きだ。
クソアメリカ人め。
早打ちは見事だった。いいセンスだ。
fix.
So in Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, what you have been seeing, if you've had a chance to look at the E3 build demo, Samus has been called to this planet called Aether to rescue Galactic Federation trooper squad that's been stranded. So she's under the pretense that she has this one contract, go in, get these guys, and come back out. But as in all interesting story modes, when she gets there, it's very different. Things are not what they seem, and it's not as simple as just finding these guys. Samus finds herself in the middle of this struggle that's been going on this planet for many, many years. And what ends up happening is that there was this very large planet-wide trauma that happened to this planet that actually split the planet into two. There is now a dark and a light version of this planet that is, they're both struggling for to be able to be actually the prominent planet and to exist. They're struggling for existence. So Samus finds herself in the middle of this struggle between light and dark and good and evil, which pretty much everything around the game revolves around those two aspects, a duality of dark and light. And what you'll notice in the E3 build is that Samus is right away fighting space pirates, or longtime rivals. But the space pirates actually aren't the main enemies of this game. Because when the planet was separated into two, a dark and a light Aether, in dark Aether, a new type of evil was created called the Ing. As well as in the light world, there is a very passive race called the Luminoth, who actually are under duress and ask Samus for help. Because the Luminoth and the Ing have been at war for many, many years. And one of the first things that's evident is the changes we made to the weapon system. Throughout the game, Samus is actually receiving weapons and technology from the Luminoth, who inhabit the light world. So Samus is actually able to use the technology that the Luminoth have been using in the war against the Ing, which include items that are powerful or become more powerful when they get to the dark world. And in the E3 build, we showed you two of those weapons, the light beam and the dark beam. So what we were trying to involve about having two planets and a duality there, and we wanted to put that into all the game systems that we have for Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, and the dark and light beam is a very good example of that. So on a simple level, the light beam weapon is very effective against creatures of the dark world. Conversely, the dark beam is very effective against creatures in the light. So, for example, you see now that the charge beam is actually a buckshot or a shotgun sort of approach to it. And the charge beam of the dark beam, the charge function of the dark beam, is actually a blob-like liquid that will home in on creatures and entangle them, which means essentially freeze them. What you'll also notice if you play the demo and the input you're seeing right now is that the beams actually take ammunition, which is very different from the Metroid franchise and something we're trying to have as an interesting way of and reasons for the players to switch weapons. So you'll see here is that these are the Ing, an example of the main enemy of the Dark World. And if conventional weaponry is used, it's a lot harder to take them out, but if you use the light beam, they're relatively easy to take out because they're very susceptible to light. So the idea is that the light and the dark beam is, and switching between the different beams transcends into many different types of gameplay, not only in combating enemies. The duality takes the form of turning things on and off. The light beam turns things on, the dark beam turns things off. The light beam makes things grow, the dark beam makes things shrivel up. So we wanted to really imbue the whole game with reasons to switch back and forth between the weapons, not just for the reasons of that they're good against certain enemies, but they're essential for solving puzzles. So another large duality that we're just looking at right now are the two worlds. The dark world that the player can only enter and exit from between portals between the two worlds is a mirror opposite of the light world. And it's such a horrible place that you'll actually even take damage just by standing in the dark. So in the E3 demo, we showed a brief example of going in and out of the dark world and just how, in a simple fashion, it's going to affect you. So just to put in a little context of where the E3 demo is that the pirates are in this area. They're kind of abandoned on this planet. They can't get off, and they've been mining phazon material, which was first introduced in Metroid Prime 1. So they've actually been since phazon mysteriously for some reason, which you'll find out. Phazon is only in the dark world. Space pirates, being a very brutal race, have figured out how to open portals to the dark world and been sending their own pirates through to get phazon, but not all of them make it back alive because they can't get back. So that's kind of some of the context of the E3 build. So we have many plans like many other plans like more very, very intensive morphal puzzles and and traversal. As you see here, we're also including things like you've seen in the demo footage of bringing the screw attack into 3D, as well as introducing many new features, including 2 new visors. What we're going to be seeing right now is a character that we're introducing in Metroid Prime 2 called Dark Samus. Now, Dark Samus is sort of a mystery because you're seeing Dark Samus like Samus is seeing Dark Samus. Samus has no idea what's going on. And although Dark Samus isn't the main enemy of the game, she does encompass an interesting side story, and again expands on the duality that we are shooting for in the Metroid Prime 2 Echoes game. So the Dark Samus was very challenging for us simply because in Metroid Prime 1 we spent a lot of time working on bosses that were 5 stories high. So we had to come up with a way and a design for Dark Samus to make her just as interesting as a 5-story high boss, even though she's just as big as Samus. So again, this is just an example of some of the things we're trying differently in this game. But the other things that we're trying are making the environments larger. We have environments that have larger polygon counts and larger traversal areas for players to explore. We're using a lot of different graphical techniques, a lot of indirect texturing, especially in the dark world. And there's been an extensive amount of time put into cinematics in the game because we're really trying to infuse Metroid Prime 2 with more of a cohesive story that explains what's going on to Samus.
sinister force hides in the shadows, using the trust and loyalty of an ally to take it all. Through deception. Fight!
My name is Ed Boone. We're talking about Mortal Kombat Deception, which is going to make its debut at A3. Tonight, there's glimpses of everybody. Obviously, Scorpion, Sub-Zero, because it's Mortal Kombat. There's a new character called Ashra, and the return of a lot of kind of the classic ones from MK2 and 3, Baraka, Nightwolf, Sindel, and a couple other new ones. The main grid of characters that you choose from is going to be 24, but there's going to be more than that in the game. You know, we really wanted to have a lot of stuff that's hidden in the game that's not even apparent on the main select screen. These modes start out with a smaller number of characters and then they grow to the full size as you unlock things in Conquest mode and the Crypt and all that. We really want to kind of tease players with what else is buried inside the game. After listening to all of the comments from players and things that we had always wanted to add into the fighting mix, we made an effort to separate the fighting styles even more, make them more distinct from each other. Also making the combo system, while it's still elaborate, it plays less of a role because you can actually break out of combos and there's more of a strategy involved with that. The juggling combos are a lot more wild because you have reason to throw people into certain obstacles and walls and stuff. There are a lot more moves that throw the player behind you, blast them back in front of you, blast them to the left and right, and you're going to need those moves if you want to really do serious damage in terms of like knocking somebody over a cliff or something like that. There's a lot more expansive of a juggling combo system that gives you kind of control of where you want to position yourself and position your opponent with respect to the background. You can pick up weapons that are scattered about the background as well, and those weapons actually do a lot more damage than the weapon that you would find in somebody's fighting style. So you really want to be the first one to pick up that weapon because that really kind of tips the scales in your favor when you pick it up. And you know, every weapon, like the other fighting style, has its own set of moves that you inherit when you pick it up. You can get rid of the weapon by just changing styles again, but once you have it, you really probably want to hang on to it. It's really a big advantage. E3, you're going to be seeing a little of everything. You're going to be seeing probably about 10 characters playable in the fighting game, as well as the chess game. And for the puzzle game, you'll probably see between 6 and 8 characters functioning, about 4 of the backgrounds with their fatalities, and you know, each character has a super move and there's a fatality in each background as well. And the board game will be pretty much almost completely functional. That's actually really moved along great, and you'll probably get a peek at the first realm of the Conquest mode and a little snippet of the second one as well. You can expect to see Mortal Kombat available in the fall of 2004.
Long time no see, Jake.
driver hits his mark, the crew will go around. They'll go to the right side first. Change right side tires. 1 can of racing fuel going in. The crew will now swing over to the left side. This will be a 4-tire stop. 4 tires, and 2 cans of 76 racing fuel. And that's what this team needed. No mistakes. Good.
Red 24! Red 24! fades away to soul decay. From the things the world can say, or can I say, everybody needs a little moment of truth. When they find a new way to live with themselves. Nobody ever had a clue or knew what to do when they had a little feeling called love, and nothing ever had to wait. If it came to hate, cause you can hate anything before you even try to love it. Love is a chemical straight from your genitals, never a spiritual, never unconditional. Love is a chemical, nature is radical, never a spiritual, it's mathematical. And everything you've ever known today is all the world can give you. Don't believe in love or hate, it's only a chemical. And yeah, I'm sorry that you never understood. It'll do you some good. If you look around and find out for yourself, you need a little push to shove. Test your love. Will that person burn for you?
were so very much alone. They asked the time when I didn't even know what day it was. Sometimes I think I will never ride a train again.
Your luck is extraordinary, sir. But do you lose as gracefully as you win?
I would not know, Maximilian. I never lose.
There is a first time for everything. Agent Crank! You missed! So much for the famous secret agent.
Shocking.
Too good to be true.
6 years have passed since that horrendous incident. I received special training via a secret organization working under the direct control of the president. I was to assume the responsibility of protecting the new president's family.
Coño, why am I the one who always gets the short end of the stick?
Yo, who are you, really? Come on and tell us.
Vayan por detrás.
Small world, eh? Well, you know.
Don't worry. She's cool.
There's supposed to be some kind of obvious symptom before you turn into one of them anyway.
You alright?
I'm fine! Just leave me alone! Leon!
Okay, it's game time.
Resident Evil 4.
It's freezing.
have an announcement that I would like to make. There is a gorgeous woman masturbating on my bed.
That portal is mine, and it must be sealed forever for the love of God.
Philadelphia's favorite son, weighing 190 pounds, the Italian stallion, Rocky Balboa!
Round one.
This game has not yet been rated.
Hello, John. Good to see you again.
I need to remember. He's a psycho killer.
Sweet, what'd he do? You saved my life, Dad. Thank you.
Look at me. I'm your friend. I'm the only friend you have left.
Do you think he can hear us?
Dane Wilde killed in action? What the? They're all dead. You did that? No, you're just confused.
They killed each other. They are frightened. You are like children. They will not hurt you. You must go alone.
Me?
Colonel, I'm in a squad now? We need need to find the Colonel.
The Colonel's alive.
Joshua Stark, U.S. Marine.
Where is difference? You can't stop us now. We have samples all over the country.
What made me think you could get away with?
Keep going.
Oh no!
This is not a child's playground.
Too brutal.
The murderer Vipsanius has been sent to the prison in Syracuse. As for his sentence,
he must be executed immediately.
What is this?
It is something of a good luck charm.
I must say that the security is very tight.
Oh, hurry. They will come after you now.
Give me it. Whoa! What a free story!
Some reader.
Yeah, my name is Jeff Briggs. I'm founder, president, and CEO of Firaxis Games. Been Sid Meier's creative partner for 15 years. Pirates is a action, adventure, role-playing, storytelling, multi-genre game. It's actually based on the original Sid Meier's Pirates, which was released in 1987. But now that we have all this brand new technology, 3D, real-time 3D, pixel shaders, et cetera, we can really bring it back to life. And we've also added a great deal of depth to the gameplay, which wasn't in the original. So, while it keeps what was great about the original game, it's really a brand new game at the same time. We've added a sneak in and out of town sequence to the game. It used to be that it was just a roll of the die to sneak into a town or not. Now we've added a new sequence where you actually have to sneak through towns through like a maze of buildings. You can bonk people on the heads. There are guards walking around with lights, and we've added that. And we've really substantially improved the land battle part of the game. Again, we've tried to add depth in every sequence of the game and in every part of the game. The role playing is a lot richer, and one aspect of that is that you don't just court the governor's daughter by being a cool pirate. You also have to bring her things, to bring her gifts, have to dance with her at the ball, and the better you can dance with her, the more she likes you and the more information she gives you. So, and of course you can have governor's daughters in just about every port throughout the Caribbean. But a lot depends on how much you can impress her with your ballroom dancing. We like to come up with gameplay. We like to come up with games that, what we say is games that stand the test of time. That have really nothing to do with technology. I mean, it's a certain combination of gameplay elements that make a fun experience. And then we use the technology to express that gameplay. And the beauty of Pirates was that it was very accessible. I think it was probably the first really open-ended game. And we try to stay away from complexity. Just about every game that we do, the first thing is accessibility. Second thing is accessibility. Some of these naval combat games you see are actually in real time, which means that it's very slow. You have to position your ship in a very slow way, and fire your broadside and anything like that. In the ship battles in Pirates, things are moving very quick. You can dodge shots just like you could in the old game. You see men flying off of the ships as you hit them. You can pick them up by running over them, and they climb aboard your ship and start to man your cannons. It's just a very fast-paced, action-oriented naval game. But it feels like real ships, because the effect of the wind, you can see the way those ships react to the wind, the sails react to the wind, So it feels real, but it's accessible. It's much faster. Pirates is again, back to the gameplay thing. One of the nuggets of fun about Pirates was that it was episodic, and still is. And what I mean by that is, you start a voyage, and during a voyage you may recruit crew, you may pillage ships, you may plunder towns, et cetera, and then at a certain point you go back and you divide up the plunder. And that sort of ends an episode of the game. You can save anytime that you want, et cetera. But it's very episodic. But the other mitigating factor is that it's the life of one character. So you only have maybe 20 years to be a pirate. And as time goes by and you get older, your skills start to deteriorate. You can see your character getting older. You can see that he's getting slower in the sword fight. He's not so good at the ship battles anymore. And so, at a certain point, you'll probably want to retire from being a pirate. And at that point, score is assessed, and you see how well you did. And yeah, you're right. We are trying to keep it to be, like one full day of gaming, or you could break it up into a couple of nights and be done. But the other beautiful thing about the system is that, while there's a set map, it's the map of the Caribbean. There's so many random elements. Each time you start the game, all the pirate havens, all of the Spanish missions, all of the native villages, all that stuff is randomized every time. Yeah, the game Sid Meier's Pirates is scheduled to be released later this year in the fall.
This is the city I protect, New York City. It's my home, my playground, my responsibility.
This may come as a shock to you.
Now, the background to Stalker is based in real life. In 1986, the reactor at Chernobyl exploded. Obviously, it was a huge disaster, the biggest nuclear disaster of all time. Stalker takes place in a huge 30-kilometer global map, which is one map, there are no levels. About 60% of the architecture is exactly how it is in Chernobyl. Now, one thing that surprises people about Chernobyl is the amount of life that still exists. GSC have made a very, very complex ecosystem inside Stalker. They call it A-Life. There are two tiers to it. What we're seeing here is A-Life behavioral creatures when the Stalker or the character isn't there. Every creature inside the game needs to feed, needs to rest. They need to hunt. They work in packs. Some are scared by the nighttime, some are nocturnal. There's even weather in it that affects them. So it means that the game is completely unscripted. This creature is a mutated dog that has another telekinetic power. If he fires a mind blast at you, it affects your aim, puts you off guard for a moment. This guy's called a pseudo-giant, and he is a giant. He's big, he's ugly, he's a little bit stupid, but he's so strong that he will just keep on coming. This guy, however, is called a Bureau. Physically, he's very weak, but you can see he's got the power to throw objects at you. So his whole approach is keeping his distance. Now obviously the mutants are very, very dangerous, but the real challenge in Stalker are the other humans, both Stalkers and the military. But they're challenging because they're very clever and they're very armed. You'll notice that the Stalkers are not stupid, they don't just come at you. They're clever, they will use cover. They'll duck behind things, try and flank around you. But the game doesn't cheat, it doesn't tell the Stalkers where you are, they have to guess. So they can look at where you are and plan their approach, but they never know exactly where you're going to be. In exactly the same way you never know where they're going to be. Here we can see group tactics in combat. You're working with a couple of other Stalkers fighting those guys on the hill. Now the other guys are going about their business. The combat AI is working for you because they're using cover to fire on the other people. They're crouching, they're presenting small targets, they're not just standing up and shooting. But the other guys are doing that as well. So you'll notice as this guy comes down the hill in a moment, he crouches, he takes cover behind the APC. There are going to be other Stalkers in the zone. There are about 120. They align themselves into clans and they all have different motivations. Now the trick there is if you shoot everything in sight, your reputation will be known to other clans. So the minute they see you, they're going to want to kill you because you've been killing their friends. The point there is that GSC don't want this to be a game where you can win by shooting everything. You have to be careful. As long as I've been a good boy and haven't killed everything in sight, other Stalkers will be ready to trade information and goods. So at this point, he's going to sell me some ammunition, but it could just as easily be food, medicine, or information. Now in the real world, you couldn't shoot a helicopter with a machine gun and bring it down, and that's exactly how it will be in Stalker. Now along with the military and other Stalkers and mutants who can kill you, there's another danger with inside the zone, and these are the anomalies. Anomalies are invisible pockets of energy that do very nasty things. You can see the screen shimmering there, but we're not entirely certain what it is. So we throw that bolt in there, and that reveals itself as an anomaly. There are 6 vehicles inside the game. There are a few cars, there's a truck, and there's an APC. Now when driving, you can fire out the window with your pistol. If you get hold of the APC, you can use the turret. So you'll be able to run the stalkers over or shoot them down with a bigger gun. Now this final section is our pride and joy. It's the DX9 render. It's a full-featured DX9 render. Unlike other games that have had DX9 features, this is everything included. Obviously looks fantastic. There's volumetric heat haze effects, light blooming, retina blur, and as you can see there's a whole host of real-time lighting and real-time shadow effects. Now we'll see some other stalkers in DX9. They've all got headlamps on, so they're all creating shadows and light of their own. It's obviously incredibly complex, and it is, but it all works at a good frame rate, it looks amazing. Anybody who's bought a full-featured DX9 car is going to love stalkers.
Captured a command post.
My name is Mike Gallo. I'm a producer for LucasArts, and I'm working on Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2, The Sith Lords.
I'm Fergus Urquhart. I'm the CEO of Obsidian Entertainment.
My name's Chris Parker, and I'm the producer on Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2, The Sith Lords at Obsidian Entertainment.
Hello, I'm Chris Avalone. I'm lead designer on Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2, The Sith Lords.
Is it intimidating building a sequel to Knights of the Old Republic? Yes, it absolutely is, and it's one of the things that the team takes very seriously.
In taking on a project like the Sith Lords, we really had to look at how not to become intimidated by doing it.
It keeps me up at night. I'm sure that it keeps some of the team members up at night.
But it still is a little intimidating to think of you're kind of making this game that's sequel to, a game a year and I don't know how many magazines and everything, and like, how are you going to live up to it?
The relationship with BioWare for the Sith Lords, we've licensed the technology, so we've licensed the engine, we've licensed all their tech for Knights of the Old Republic to build this product, and they've been in a support role.
BioWare has been very helpful in the use of the technology, and they've answered questions pretty much every week when we've asked this and that about the engine.
And so we'd put all these questions together and we'd send them all off to BioWare, and about twice a week they would get back to us with all these answers, and they would even, occasionally we were able to send them levels and they would fix them for us and tell us what was wrong with them.
So our decision to go with Obsidian Entertainment actually came from discussions that we were having with BioWare and Ray and Greg specifically, and then our president at the time, Simon Jeffrey, was talking to them about who can we work with, what team is available. We all knew Fergus from his work that he'd done with Black Isle. Ray and Greg had obviously worked with those guys from Baldur's Gate, the Icewind Dale series, and it was a high recommendation that Fergus and his team came from the BioWare team.
But when it comes down to actually the development of the game, it's been all us. We've developed it, the story, the art, every level, the content, the gameplay, and everything else. But we couldn't really have done it if we hadn't gotten the head start with BioWare's technology.
So the story for the Sith Lords is set about 5 years after the events of the first game. It features an all-new main character that you'll be playing, and it will also kind of tie in a few of the things that people remember from the first game.
Well, I did a lot of research in the Star Wars universe, and there's actually a surprising amount of freedom in those books. Basically, you stick to the themes of high adventure. There's plenty of alien races, plenty of different worlds you can go to, and basically anything you can imagine can take place in the Star Wars universe.
So the overall story arc in the Sith Lords is similar in scope to the first game, but we're trying to add more side quests that you can go on and tie in some of your skills a little bit more to those things.
I always kind of liked, I did like A New Hope. I thought it was a great movie. I saw it, most of 16, 17 times when I was a kid. And then I saw Empire Strikes Back, and I'll be honest, The Empire Strikes Back felt like a more fair movie to me. Bad things happen to good people, and sometimes that does happen, and for some reason that resonates a little stronger with me. So sometimes, I guess we approach it from a little darker perspective just because I enjoy it, and I think ultimately when a hero struggles against more darker elements and occasionally failures and succeeds, it ends up being a much stronger struggle than when everything's just easy for them.
So the engine for the Sith Lords is the same as the first game, built by BioWare. We've licensed the technology to use in this product for Obsidian to use. And obviously we're going to try to make some improvements where we can, but most of it is really just more of a facelift approach than actually redoing anything.
What's strong about the the Knights of the Old Republic engine that BioWare gave us, is it's extremely cinematic. I mean, like, there's a lot of stuff you can play around with, camera angles, even moving cameras, and that stuff. Like when you have control over that stuff, like direct designer control over that stuff, you can really create some good dramatic events.
One of our design goals is actually to be able to make the worlds feel more alive, and the way to do that is just through optimization work, and also being a little bit smarter about how we're building our levels.
Throughout the game, you're learning to rediscover the Force, like and what it means to use the Force, and the Jedi Code, and the beliefs of the Sith, and how it relates to you. Throughout the game, basically your sounding board and your foil for that is Kreia, one of the first companions you encounter. She sort of fulfills the Obi-Wan figure, the Qui-Gon Jinn, and basically she's the one that when you're presented with certain situations, she's the one that confronts you on how you react to that situation, why, and whether it was really the best thing to do. And you know, the debates that you can have back and forth between the two characters, I think it makes it feel like it's a real teaching and training process. And I wanted to get the player more involved about what it means to use the Force in the game, whether for good or for evil.
So for fans of the first game, we will be bringing back some characters that'll be very familiar, and some of the favorite characters that were in the first game. T3, for example, will show up. And there will be some other cameos of other characters that people will enjoy. So instead of using the save files from Knights of the Republic to determine what happens in the Sith Lords, we've used a system of some very subtle dialogue choices so that as you go through the first few areas of the game, the user can set, by his dialogue choice, flags in the Sith Lords that determine how the rest of the game will unfold and what characters you might run into. Because the first game you could finish light side or dark side. Your character in the first game may have been male or female. So all of those kinds of choices will determine how some things unfold in the Sith Lords.
I think a lot of things the player can do in the game directly affects his companions, how they feel about him, how they react to him. I think by the end of the game, the player's going to be presented with all sort of like all the things that he's done to his various companions and get feedback and sort of like reactivity from it. And I think that should be a pretty powerful moment.
The light and dark side choices that your character can make throughout the Sith Lords is, again, similar to how it was in Knights of the Republic, although we want to have those choices have a greater effect on the characters around you. So specifically the characters that can join your party and how characters within your party react to you. So at E3 we'll be showing 3 areas from the game. One of them will be an area that's very early, and then an area that's kind of in the middle, and then an area that's closer to the end, to show some of the new variety that we have. So Star Wars Knights of the Republic 2, The Sith Lords will be available for Xbox and PC simultaneously in the spring of 2005.
Have visual lock on aliens. Down the bug. Squad leader, solid shot. Native alien spotted. Squad force converging on your location. Found some locals. Took some fire, squad.
Delta Squad, forming up.
Ready, sir.
Delta Squad, forming up.
Ready, sir.
Take defensive formation.
Running on.
Plant a sequencer there.
Keep me covered, mates. Here's a rifle. Got converging on your location. Just in case. Blast! Stand back. One for our side. Time to kill some scalies. Executed. Here's some Trandoshan. Get to the top of that tower and get a visual on it. 138. Take cover!
Delta Squad, begin door breach.
Commencing door breach maneuver. Clear! Fire in the hole! Doors open. Let's go. Lizards encountered. Need assistance. Assisting commando. Back. Max! Did you hear that? the narrow span in the center and destroy it. That... Clear. Fire in the hole! Go. Enemy completed.
Nice Christmas decorations. Bingo. We got hair and fiber samples. I need to take a picture before I take samples.
Get back, or I'll toast your soul!
I'll stain the floor with your insides!
You can't resist my healing kiss.
action, living underground. Jitsu action, it's a shell of a town. Turtles counted off by the code of the martial arts. Never fight unless someone else starts. Always stick together no matter what. If all else fails, then it's time to kick back.
Heihachi Mishima is dead.
Don't lose your head.
Hold your fire for a clear shot.
It's come to this at last.
A rat! A rat! You drunken louts! Get off your backsides and kill it!
I'll save you, fair damsel.
Ah, what a strapping man you are to be saving me from that wee beastie.
Well, I happened to be wandering by when I heard your cries over the rumbling of my empty belly. You aren't hurt, are you?
No, but aren't you the sweet one for asking? Say, I've an idea. If you'd be willing to do a little job for me, I'd give you a good meal and a warm place to lay your head for the night.
I'd be happy to handle anything you'd like to heave my way.
La 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 la.
Just make sure you get us there fast in one piece.
New transmission worked like a charm. You could say that it gave the General a dual carburetor fresh off the delivery truck. If you thought the General Lee was fast before...
長くなりますので、
So to try to keep it short this time, I am overseeing Zelda in its entirety, in a sense, with Mr. Aonuma acting as producer and bringing the details of the games to me, which I look at. Mr. Aonuma commented as Mr. Miyamoto was speaking that he was upending the tea table here. But just very quickly, as for the reason why Link has changed, it's true that one of the reasons is that there are very, very, very many people out there who wanted Link to change. But also there's another reason, and that's that in developing the Wind Waker, we knew that we were going to be developing a game in which Link was a young boy. And in trying to create a very active, a very energetic young boy, and in trying to choose the right graphical style for portraying a young boy in a game like that, we tried many different experiments, and the ultimate decision we came to was that the cell shading, the toon shading of the Wind Waker was the best option for expressing that story. And we also wanted to create a very unique game world on the GameCube. That was one more reason for that decision. But since then, it left us with a very big question, and that was, what are we gonna do when we decide to make Link a teenager again? A 16-year-old Link. And so after The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker, we tried several different models and made some different varying versions of him. And ultimately, what we decided was that in showing a teenage Link, really the best style for expressing Link at that age was something that was closer to the art style and the graphical style of Ocarina of Time. So Mr. Aonuma actually wasn't lying when he went to the Game Developers Conference and said that we were working on a Wind Waker 2, but he just didn't tell the full story. And fortunately, because he didn't tell that full story, we were able to surprise you all here with a big announcement about the series. So I'm sure all of you saw the video at this point of the new Legend of Zelda game. The one thing that I'd like to point out to everybody is that none of that is CG or it's all done in real time. It's all running on the engine, and that movie was actually created by somebody who took a version of the game, played the game, and videotaped it, and then we cut the pieces together to create the movie. And one more thing that I'd like to point out, and that was for a long time now, ever since Ocarina of Time, Mr. Miyamoto had been talking about how he wanted Link to be able to fight on horseback. So that we could have mounted battle scenes with Link swinging a sword. And unfortunately, we weren't able to do that on the N64 games. And this time, that's been a big focus for us with the new game on the GameCube. And so I think maybe in that sense, the fact that we're seeing Link on horseback swinging a sword, that's just one more way in which Link has matured.
Niels Toft from Holland. I was wondering how far along the game is, how long it's been in development, and why it's not playable on the show.
In terms of playable versions on the show floor, we're still not sure exactly how long it's going to take to complete the game at this point, but the plan is to, by E3 next year, definitely have a version that you will be able to play to your heart's content.
François Bliss from France. I was wondering if you could tell us already which kind of concept you have behind this next Zelda, because you had the ocean and the wind in the previous one, and then you had the masks and the horse. So what's the next step for the next Zelda, except she's adult or something?
This time we're going to be focusing very heavily on the more teenage, grown-up Link. And so with that in mind, we're going to be looking at different ways to express Link as an older teenager and trying to implement those types of features into the game.
Hi, I'm Chris from Play. I know from the trailer that the game looks great, but I was just wondering if you could talk about the gameplay. Is it going to feel the same as the first Wind Waker? Is it going to have the same type of gameplay?
So one thing that we're doing right now as we go forward and look at how we're going to show Link in this new teenage role, his more grown-up role, the question is going to be what kind of a control scheme can we implement that's going to reflect that more grown-up Link. And so we'll be looking at that and trying to implement some ideas there. So one thing that I've been asking for is that over the last 18 years, the Zelda franchise has seen a lot of the same gameplay styles used throughout the series. And while that's needed to remain true to the series, at the same time, I'd like to see a lot of new ideas implemented, especially in the realm of puzzle solving and that sort of thing. So I've asked Mr. Aonuma to focus his attentions on that.
There will be no dawn for men.
Sauron moves to strike the city of Minas Tirith.
Prepare for battle! Get the women and children out!
Action!
Action!
Whoa!
Mm-mm.
Action!
You're fired.
Punisher's on his way.
Please.
Everybody's in place.
Who's the girl? She's bait. Get ready.
Get out there and don't let him. Man down over here.
Where's your weapon?
He's waiting for you past the bridge.
Bon appetit, boys.
I think I hear him coming up.
It's him.
What have you got to tell me, punk?
Hey man, what did I ever do to you, huh? I'll confess whatever you want. Murder, robbery, I done it.
17!
What is that? Yo,
You want to sick on a minute?
What's it want? What is that? Yo, you need some.
You should find the fairway with this.
This will end up on the putting surface.
No shot of the day, but it's on the green.
This is what happens when a golfer loses focus. That's straight and it's far. A great, great shot here. Should be happy with this approach.
Well,
get out the putter.
Tiger Woods for birdie. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gary McCord for EA Sports, welcoming you to the beautiful Pebble Beach Golf Links. David Faraday is on the course with us today and will be following the players. Let's send it down to the first tee. This one split the fairway. It's a beauty.
Miracles do occur.
Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas. Boogie's Revenge.
This town has changed, my boy, since you've been away. Without a pumpkin king, it's Boogie Boogie's way.
It's payback time.
Is that all you've got to say?
Well, well, that's the spirit.
Boogie, what have you done to everyone?
They're all under my control.
You're finished, Oogie.
You call that an attack?
And so our story continues in the new game, Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas. Boogie's Revenge.
Whoa! Check this out! Hey, isn't that me?
Sure looks like it.
Yeah, that's right where I was when the other me gave me that key.
Of course, it's a wormhole. All the time travel in the area must have destabilized the time field. Your future self must have... Cortez, wait!
Psst, hey, up here. What? But you're me. I knew you'd say that. Here. A key. But what does it... You'll figure it out. Just make sure to pass it on when you're done. Ha! That was cool. Damn it!
Good work, Cortez.
My name is Heather Chandler. I'm the producer on Ghost Recon 2. For Ghost Recon 2, basically we've taken Ghost Recon 1 and the things that we learned with that, and we have focused in on improving the graphics and streamlining the interface and the gameplay so that people who are console players can jump right in and play the game. Some of the new things we've added are over-the-shoulder view. We still have the traditional view from the Ghost Recon 1 if you choose to play that way, but the over-the-shoulder view allows us to create more player involvement with the character that he's playing. He'll do hand signals. You can see him load and reload his weapons, switch weapons. He'll react to fire that he hears, on either side of him and things like that. For the order system, we now have a quick order system where you can quickly tap the button and the reticule will intelligently display what the order would be. If you're engaged in firefights, you can hold it down and it gives you a choice of more orders. You can have them flank left, flank right, you can do suppress, hold fire, and kind of control them more that way as well. So it's got 2 levels, you know, the fast, quick access level, but if you want to go in more detail, you can go down to another level and have more control over them. During the course of the campaign, you're going to encounter other people that help you on your missions, like British SAS troops. So you're going to become engaged in conversations with them. Things might happen to them in the mission that makes the player feel a little bit of emotion when he sees it happen. Each character is going to have a voice and a personality developed for it, so that when they come up to different things in the mission, instead of just having some generic voice cue play, man down or got one or nailed them, you're going to have something that goes to that personality type might say, like, hey, you know, glad I wasn't here when these bombs came by, or things of that nature. For the multiplayer stuff, definitely Ghost Recon 1 was a must-have title for Xbox Live. You can expect the same for Ghost Recon 2. We're definitely putting in as many new Xbox Live features as we could get in. We are actually still using the old Ghost Recon engine. We've just had our engineers working really, really hard to upgrade the graphics on it. We're using texture blending, texture mapping, so you'll see that the terrain looks more natural. Everything's blended, new foliage, new trees. We do shininess mapping, so if you see a car or a window or something, it's going to be shiny like it would be in real life. Special effects and particle effects, definitely you're going to see big explosions. You're going to see things happening when you shoot sandbags and things like that. We're also using the Havoc engine, so we're using that for some of our deaths and destructible objects within the level, and also for some bigger destructible things too. Like in one mission, you get to blow a tower. You're going to see the tower explode, fall down, come crumbling, and it's going to be, you know, you never saw this in Ghost 1. We're going to see a variety of levels. For the first level of the game, the airfield mission, which is the one that's being highlighted at E3, the player is going to kind of be led through the level in certain parts of it, so he can get used to the controls and how to play the game and the things that he's supposed to do. So there'll be multiple pathways to an objective, which the player can pick how he wants to approach a certain thing. Then we're also going to have levels set in the outdoors, much like Ghost Recon 1, where the player has more choices, where it's more open, but he's still going to see like things exploding, you know, choppers flying through the air and things like that. So it's kind of, we're trying to ramp up the action in the game and then provide a variety of levels for the player to engage in combat. The game is about 70% done now. We're targeting a Christmas release or a holiday release for this title.
That's odd.
No, no. No, no. Yes. No, no.
Expecting someone else?
Bring it on, you little jerks! I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher. And it burns, 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 the ring of fire, fire, fire.
Son of a...
Piece of
and it
You're still on the underground, but I'm gonna f it all up.
Welcome to the Unreal Engine 3 technical demonstration, brought to you by Epic Games and NVIDIA. Unreal Engine 3 uses a per-pixel lighting model, which allows for advanced effects like high dynamic range lighting, as you can see on this fountain. Assets in this scene were constructed in 3 steps. First, we build a very detailed high-resolution mesh. Then, we build a low-resolution version of that mesh. Finally, our mesh processing tool then compares the 2 models and stores the difference in a normal map texture. The engine then draws the low-res asset with this normal map, giving the impression that we're displaying its high-poly counterpart in real time. This allows display of immensely detailed worlds at excellent frame rates. The scene you're seeing here is around 1 million polygons of total in-game assets, which came from about 200 million polygons of source art. Now we'll take a look at some of the new lighting features in Unreal Engine 3. This light, for example, has a cowling that casts soft shadows on the scene around it. This is accomplished using a light function. In this case, the function takes 2 cube maps, one very crisp and the other blurred, and interpolates between them based on the distance to a surface. As the light begins to move away from the wall, the shadows will blur before fading out completely. This effect simulates area lighting. Other lighting features included in Unreal Engine 3 are height fog, demonstrated here, and virtual displacement mapping. Using virtual displacement mapping, these bricks appear to have depth, visible sides, and even grout holding them together. As demonstrated in wireframe mode, however, they're constructed from very few polygons. This flickering light is another example of a light function. Light functions allow an artist to assign materials to any light and control how that light displays within the world. In this case, it processes a simple change in brightness. Unreal Engine 3 allows total control over how objects interact with the environment. All of the objects in this scene are physically responsive in some way. They can be picked up and thrown around within the environment. The refrigerator behaves as one would expect it to, demonstrating hinges, independent contents, removable shelves, and constrained drawers. It is also possible to have flexible objects like tubes and cables, or complex hierarchies of bones, such as in a ragdoll model. These physical objects can also have lighting and material effects, and this demonstration shows objects that glow, give off light, and so on. Physical objects cast dynamic shadows as you would expect. With the support knocked out of the way, the entire system collapses, and we can see that the light casts shadow from above as well. Complex materials are the key to next-generation graphics in games. Unreal Engine 3 gives artists complete control over powerful pixel shader 2.0 and 3.0 effects. All materials in this level were created by a level designer and required no programming whatsoever. On the right, we have an iridescent material. On the left, a complex panning material with an emissive channel. Virtual displacement mapping on this cube creates the illusion that the veins on the grill obscure each other. Viewed in wireframe, however, it's clear this detail is in the material and not the mesh. This next object demonstrates frame buffer distortion. As the camera moves around the object, the surrounding scene becomes distorted by the material. The bloom effect on this object is enabled through high dynamic range lighting. The material for the object's emissive channel is multiplied by a high value to exaggerate the effect. Here we have another lighting function, a stained glass environment that is being rotated along the cube. Because it's a light, it both attenuates and shadows realistically. The light projects on the character correctly and also soft shadows the world around him. Let's look at the character detail that can be achieved in Unreal Engine 3. This particular model is about 7,500 polygons for the low-resolution mesh, and about 2 million polygons for the high-resolution mesh. Many of the smaller details in the high-res mesh, like the wrinkles around its mouth and throat, were hand-painted into the normal map. This lets artists add an extra level of detail without having to model it by hand. The wings on this character demonstrate light transmission. The wing material has a mask, which tells it how much light to allow through to the other side. The veins in the wing membrane get darker when they block light from passing through from the other side. This is another example of a high polygon creature. This character is around 8 million polygons for the high resolution mesh and about 8,500 for the low. It clearly illustrates the amount of detail possible in Unreal Engine 3 characters, both from in-game polygons and from a normal map. Now let's see some of these characters in action. The Unreal Engine 3 demonstration. Thank you for your time and enjoy the rest of E3.
Wanna come play with me?
I hate LA, but what are you gonna do?
Know any games we can play?
attractions in this spooky land. Head to the go-go, baby!
You can't disappoint them.
Oh, Sylvia.
Like I said, there's more to this story.
What did you say?
Ready? Action!
Come on, Six Machine!
My energy level is too low. I'm too tired. Need more energy.
I need a target.
So, you think you're untouchable?
Worldwide, this is basic thugonomics. This is basic thugonomics. Worldwide. I'm untouchable, but I'm forcing you to feel.
Sohia, Lohia.
この子戻ってくるとはな、うずき。
百式プロトタイプ精神小石をプロトタイプへのアプローチスタート。最終小石のレコードパターンを解読。もうちょっとやももちゃん、あとちょっとで辛いの終わるさかいな。
どうして君がリーダーなの？兵隊のくせに怪物のくせに。
私はこの先にいようが言わずとも分かっている。うずき。
さくら、こっちでは喋れないんだね。
ビクターによって調整された特殊なタイプのエアリエン
だから僕がここにいる。それで構わないだろ。
アルベド、俺はお前の正体を知ってるんだぜ。
シオン、妹たちを解放して。
バカ！二度とそんな真似するな。死んだら二度と生き返らないんだぞ。
なんなんだあの軌道は。人体の限界を超えていますよ。機体後部に被弾。シールド消失。
俺が悪いんだ。リーダーなのにリングを遮断したから。だからアルベドが
いや、俺はこの時を待っていたんだ。来いよルベド、俺の世界に。
捕まえたわよ。
待ってコスモス、あそこにはまだ。
邪魔をするなら強制的な処置を取ることになります。
フル処置などやるのでは。そう後悔してますよ。
まともに死ねると思うなよ。うずけ！
いや絶対に嫌。来るなモモ。
お前は無駄なことだ。
何事だ。それだ、コスモスが急に起動を始めて。リアクターは未搭載のはずだ。なぜ動いている。
シオンが呼んでいます。
ルベドは？ルベドのお父さんはユーリエフ博士でしょ。お母さんはいないの？
傷一つない染色体を持った健康な卵子。俺たちが知っているのはそれだけ。
そんな言い方しないで。ルベドは素敵な男の子だよ。あなたも私たちと同じなのよ。
同じ？
コードネームレッドドラゴン。有益だけど暴走の危険を帯びた危険な生き物。
待ってコスモス、どこへ行く。
来る、アベルの運ぶ。
今すぐお前をなぶり殺しにしたいってな。
決めたよ。僕はもう迷わない。
ロストエルサレムへの道が開かれた時、コスモスは目覚める。
A horrible power has been unleashed. Earth is falling under a shroud of evil. We cannot combat this darkness alone. To overcome it, we must fight as a team. United, we have hope. X-Men Legends.